Crown Sunday, the Lord's Day. What's going on? How my levels are sounding? Lord Metroid, what's up? Cheryl Mack, all hail the ILP, salute. You already know. Corey Mosley, what's going on? Oh, man, Warlord, thank you, brother. Follow Super Chat. Shout out to the guys in them. Notification gang early, that's what's up. Everybody got the notification. Hustle, what's up? How my levels are sounding, brother? Dallas, what's up? Six Layer, what's up? Tell 108 to get that. Stop fear-mongering OLED TVs. Sick, get your boy. He wilding right now. We got to put him through therapy. Hustle, what's up, man? No doubt, no doubt. 9 lives, what's going on? So you already know what it is. Addict, talk to the people right quick.
What's going on, guys? I'm here today.
He's here. Lucius Augustus, that's my guy, man. Salute to him. Appreciate your question on Define It Dupe. That's what's up. Yeah, Sick. 108 is wilding, man. He got like OLED trauma. It's gonna burn in. I'm gonna use it for movies. Wait, you my homie, so I can clown you. Anyway, Noted Sinner, what's up? So look, man, big show.
I do want to make an announcement.
What's good?
Halloween Kills is hot trash.
Oh, don't tell Jimmy Champagne that. He out here talking about this after the second watch.
It was bad.
He said it was fire.
See, that's where I got to call. I got to put the Pride Alert on our old.
Oh, we Pride Alert him?
If you got to watch something twice to realize it's good.
He said he appreciated on the second watch.
So that's where he had that thought process, like, can I really have this? Because if you got to think something, you got to watch something twice. Part of me feels like you was questioning.
Yeah, no, he said he actually admitted. He said he was a little questioning in the beginning or whatever. But anyway, Sick, did I do the TV update? I did not do the TV update on my CX yet. I'm just gonna wait for the rollout. The natural rollout is October for all CX users. That's gonna allow the 4K 120 Dolby Vision gaming. So I'll be patient. I know everybody's doing the Korean update with the firmware. My luck, I feel like I do it, I'll break something. So I ain't doing it. But look, enough of that. Y'all know what it is. We got the legend in the building. He's gonna be here, Seth. You already know the legend, Xbox communication, everything, man. It's a huge day for us. King will be pulling up, and Saul should be here as well. We got the full addict. Everybody's here. It's gonna be a good one, man. Seth Schiesel, the legend. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a big one. So we will be back. We'll get him in the room. King will be coming through with music. So we gonna mute. And when Dallas will check y'all, I go get these Dallas balls right quick. All right.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga fire flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What did you do? Don't stop. No, that was dope.
I'm just keep that going. Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Fit on to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that,
nervous.
keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right.
Copyright.
Hot mics here. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net, episode number 229. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got Xbox communication, Avowed details leak, DCFandome2021, and the latest Nintendo news to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose tremendous passion for the games industry and illustrious career within the world of journalism has truly ascended him into the business of interactive entertainment and now ready to power our dreams within a new generation of Xbox. Introducing the Director of Executive Communications for Team Xbox and the former iconic journalist of the New York Times, plus co-founder of Fans.live, the Lord of Critical Thinking and Gaming Friendships, who's been known to go on a world tour with Muhammad, my man, playing Forza Horizon 4 with the drink in his hand. Live from Washington and making his debut into the realm of the Lords. My man, Lord Seth Schiesel. How we doing, sir?
It's so awesome to be here. You know, thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate it. It's really great. You know, as we bring the joy and community of gaming to everyone on the planet, it's just awesome to have the opportunity to introduce myself a little bit to the community.
Yes.
Big fan of the show. And just thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know what, Seth? I do want to bring something up.
Oh, Lord.
You know, every time he does an intro for another individual, I get a little bit more salty because I still never got mine. But he just did yours, man. Man, King, like, come on, man, strike. Let's do it. Like
I already told you. Anytime you're ready to do a stage walkout,
a walkout. They jealous of the extra sauce or the. They jealous of the extra
we need,
sauce.
right?
Look, man, you are Lord in your realm. Absolutely honored. We had to show you the proper respect here in the realm. What's been going on, man? What games have you been playing?
Yeah, so, you know, I thought I'd just walk you through like a typical Saturday for me. So like yesterday. So, you know, we had a little pre-call in the morning.
Okay.
And I went back to my apartment. And the first thing I did is I fired up my 6 accounts in EVE Online.
Oh no. Wow. Falling.
He plays the games I'm scared of.
Okay. Yeah, if you back away a little bit when you tell them you're an EVE player, you know. What I say sometimes is, you know, EVE players are to nerds what nerds are to normal people.
Yes. Respect it.
You know, as I do, I had to, you know, check in, just make sure everything's going all right. With that, you know, check in on Discord with my people.
Yes.
So that took a little while. Then I popped over to Final Fantasy 14. I've just
so he plays all the games I'm scared of. Okay.
I just started that a few months ago. So having some fun with that. I did some of the daily activities and whatnot in Final Fantasy.
Nice.
And then I jumped into Far Cry 6.
Okay. Cool.
I hadn't started that yet, and I've got a pretty decent PC, and just the graphics on that are incredible. And I'm actually really into the storytelling. I'm a big fan of the Far Cry franchise. Nice. So spent some time with that, and then just to wrap up at night, dip back into a strategy game that I play a lot of called Europa Universalis 4, which is from Paradox Interactive, sort of a historical strategy game. I'm playing as Hawaii, and I'm trying to take over the world as Hawaii.
Nice.
Let's get it.
Hawaii.
So that was Saturday.
Hula dance on everybody.
That's like, when it comes to like, I really want to jump in Final Fantasy 14, and I even jumped in that game, and I left because I was scared.
I tried.
Like, I have an addictive personality, but I never feed it. Like, I try my hardest not to feed it.
I fed mine to a World of Warcraft.
So when it comes to see, that's what it is. Like, I don't want to stop playing everything but 14. I already had the issue of Destiny. I'm finally able to like serve Destiny the divorce papers. No, separate.
I'm not. I'm still married to Destiny.
So I'm okay with where I am right now. But if I pick up that 14,
you know what it is. You can only be with those type of games.
Final Fantasy and an MMO.
Yeah, it's over.
We ain't
it's
doing
over.
that.
It's over. Trust me, I know the struggle. That's very cool, man. I definitely like
that's a lot of games.
Lineup of games. So we're gonna have way more to talk about, but we're gonna get into it. And you already know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table with those updated King 5-minute King time-sensitive King.
Are they updated or are they just abridged?
Abbreviated to respect Lord.
Put your hands together for the King.
You're gonna have to show me how to do that.
No, I can't let you have that out. Anyway,
you're gonna have to show me how to do that.
I'll teach you the ways of the Force.
Thank you.
My co-host with the co-host, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, how we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good, man. You know, thank everyone for coming through. I apologize for missing last week, but I brought it around. I'm like at like 70%. I can't say I'm at 100, but I'm like 70%. But you know, appreciate Seth for coming on, man, because it's mad early over there on the West Coast, man.
For sure,
everyone in the chat that is watching this on the West Coast, I've been a need to you because I can't. Not me.
Now you ain't about that life. You ain't about that.
I ain't the one.
No doubt. Respect. Good to see you, man. I know you've been going through it. A lot of pain. Trust me, I've had the wisdom teeth out. That is not easy. So respect to you. You know what I'm saying? But and of course we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Southstradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be back here with you guys and Seth. My apologies for missing last week. It kind of could not be helped. I went out Saturday night. You know, we were all supposed to go out, and I wound up just going out with Lord Marlonius, and we saw Venom, and then I got home, and I was ready to just hang out with Lady Sav. Got a call from my sister, and next thing I know, I'm not home until Sunday. Late afternoon, and it, you know, so sometimes family stuff comes up. So my apologies.
No question, brother. Life comes first, brother. You know that.
Yeah, of course. And quickly, I wanted to shout out two lords who donated to our GoFundMe for Lord Sinister and his family, but donated directly to us, so then we passed it along. So I just want to make sure that I give them a shout out. So, but first off, we give a shout out to Gaming Times Pat for your donation. Thank you so much, brother.
Sir. Thank you. Much
appreciate it. Then we have Lord Anthony Vasquez, aka Ghost B18. Thank you as well for your donation. We really appreciate it. And Sinister's family really appreciates it. So thank you so much. So real quickly, what I have been playing. So it's been a whole lot of Metroid Dread and a whole lot of Switch OLED. If you play portably, that it's a good thing. If not, don't buy that.
Basically, mask deficiencies of resolution.
Mask the deficiencies
is what you're implying. Okay, got it.
And I actually put on Far Cry 6 a little bit yesterday. I played for about 2 hours. It's Far Cry.
Dealer was trying to get me to play that game. He was like, "David, why don't you get it?" And I'm like, "No, wait till
you missed the game pass."
It's Far Cry. It's Far Cry, and if you like Far Cry, you're really gonna enjoy it. The story stuff, I'm kind of over. Like sometimes people look for deeper meaning. Oh, you start off with the croc, and I stayed with the croc.
I want the Chihuahua.
The Chihuahua. If you want to play stealthily, that's where you want to go. So let me get these super chats really quickly.
No doubt. Well, we got.
And I watched Halloween Kills, and
No, not
So first off, we got Warlord 1015, $5 super chat. Shout out to the guys and them. Notification gang here early.
Salute. Much love.
Then we have Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat. If you spent $70 on Godfall at launch, you have no right to question if Metroid Dread is worth $60. Wow. How did this conversation happen? Wow. Wow. Isma Easy with the $5 super chat. I just want to say that all the death threats to the Blue Box Game Studio have received is unacceptable and disgusting. My support is for them today. Wow, death threats, really?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, right.
Tazuichi, $10 super chat. Proud of you, Lords. Always glad to see people getting their shine here. Tell your loved ones you love them and smell some roses. Absolutely, my brother.
Absolutely.
Sir, did that all yesterday.
And where are we now? Do we have anything?
Are we caught up with Tazuichi? That was the last one.
Tazuichi was the last one. Yes.
All right, okay, cool. Let's go. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the Fraud Alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved. Lord King, how we doing, sir?
Better than Mikey Garcia.
Oh, it was that. Oh man.
So let me tell you something. This is what happens when keeping it real goes wrong. He went and he wanted to pick Mr. Martinez and Mr. Martins. Sorry, Mr. Martin. It was a heavy underdog, and he believed in himself. And he told everybody before the fight, "Pick me, bet on me." The guy believed it. He walked the walk. Mikey Garcia didn't believe that he could walk the walk and talk the talk. And that L goes to you, sir. Have a good day.
Damn.
Yes, it was a fantastic thing to see, because what I want everyone to understand is when you fight, just fight the best. Don't waste your time doing anything else. If you're at the upper tier level, keep fighting the best. So now Mikey has to fight. And I'm going to have a great time because he has to fight real hard fights. But okay, so what I was playing this week,
What you playing?
I forgot all about my games with gold.
Okay.
So I ran to my games with gold. I'm like, oh, what's in there? So it's this game called Aerial. It's a music beat game.
Okay.
It's pretty good. It's it reminds me of Sylphid when you're going forward.
Yeah.
And the music is really good. It's really nice. But that hover, I went over to this other game called Hover.
Okay.
And that game actually was insane because it reminded me of Jet Set Radio.
Wow.
But
Classic vibe.
the level of customization that you had with your character was insane. Game Pass dropped a couple of games that I was truly interested in. I was watching Attic play this that strategy game.
Oh,
so I had
Phoenix
downloaded.
Point.
Yeah, Phoenix Point.
Yes.
So I watched. He was playing. He was hardcore into it, and I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. But they dropped this Back for Blood.
Oh yeah.
All right, you Left 4 Dead fans.
Let's go.
Day one Game Pass. There's absolutely zero excuse for you to not try this game.
Yes.
It is the most organic game. I mean, the game feels alive with the level of interaction with the vocals. Like stuff that you do is actually, and it's happening in real time. I'm still trying to figure out how the hell did these devs do this? How did this
Those are the
happen?
original devs. Those are the guys.
But the language, it's like little things that we will do
The
that
banter.
somebody else is doing, and I'm
Yes.
like, it's so spot on. This is uncanny, right? Okay, so they have a card system, and this card system makes the game fresh every time you play, and how you play. You could be a healer, you could be a tank. Everyone, you can have the same character, but it's not going to be the same loadout. It's not going to be the same experience, especially if you're playing with multiple different people at different periods of time. The way the board is set up is not like procedurally generated. It's the same board, but the way they have the placement of the impact of the characters, it's insane. It's the most organic game that I've
No
played.
two experiences are the same with the way the
It's
enemy
not.
placement and stuff like that. Yeah, it's real
I've
fun.
noticed the
Fantastic
cards
game.
make that game a lot different too.
Yes, agreed.
I was seeing, I was hanging out with ACG on Discord, and I was seeing like cards were making like the whole party different. Like,
Yes.
Yeah, it's dope.
Because I'm the type of dude, I don't want to take any negative cards, right? So all the cards is positive cards that helps the team. So if I get a power up, my team gets a power up. And we were doing achievements where nobody like got dropped or nobody was falling while we doing the game. So we got some diamond achievements out of that. But I waited for this game for a while. So when they did show it, this is the first game that I can honestly say this year lived up exactly to the expectations. And I have really high expectations for Turtle Rock on this game.
Yeah.
And they actually exceeded those expectations. A lot of games met my expectations.
Right.
This game far exceeded that, and of course Destiny, you know.
Of course,
College.
no doubt, and of course we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP, not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to the ladies, Defining Duke, with myself, Maddie Plays, and the amazing legend Ryan McCaffrey. Just stop by, a lot of fun. Check that up. That should go up free $99 in about an hour or so. So if you want to check that up on Last Stand Media, and then also we did Defining Duke Ultimate, where we kind of just broke down some top requested games for Xbox Back Compat. A lot of fun, so check that out. And then Last Word, Ebontis, Ty Guy Travis, salute. Hogue Law pulled up. We got the legality of the Destiny content vault. He had his words he wanted to say. A lot of fun there, and check that out. And of course, as far as games, Back for Blood, like King was saying, Phoenix Protocol, like Attic was saying, and then I've been doing
and
actually,
that game.
yeah. Look at
I was
it.
gonna say that Phoenix Point is like broke me, man. Like,
Yes, it's tough.
I've had to restart that game so many times, it's unreal.
Yeah, it's tough. And for VR, King, I highly recommend. It's an older game. Remember, I'm new to VR, so I'm playing catch up on Oculus Quest 2. It's called Traveling While Black. Very
Oh, yeah, I heard about that,
powerful,
yes.
very impactful. and it just shows you the ways VR could be used to really teach stories, and it's powerful, man. Very emotional. You got to check that out.
I heard that the level of interactivity and the barriers that it's breaking down.
Yeah.
It's I think they should be teaching it in school.
Yeah, like literally, I felt like I would retain more if I was a kid in this generation.
Yeah,
learning it that way, because it felt like I'm in this interactive museum while things are going on around me in the time period it happened. So it was very, very powerful, very powerful. I highly recommend it. So Solve, just real quick, let's set up the rules of engagement because we got to get to our guests.
Yeah, so you guys, as you know, when we have a guest that has limited time, we want to respect that as much as possible. So all super chats that come in obviously will be read towards the end of the show or afterwards. But we got to respect Seth's time because if you can see behind him, it's still dark over on the West Coast where he is. So yeah, so thank you so much for all your questions and comments. We will definitely address those afterwards.
Yeah, actually, there were, you want to get just those last 3 that just came in, and then we'll be done because it was 3 before.
Give me a moment.
I think I could take care of you. I think it was
just I just see Hargeet.
You got Ismail Easy already and Tazuichi.
I got all that.
All right, cool. And then Hargeet. Yeah, just Hargeet. Yeah, we should be good.
Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. The full crew in the house and Xbox. Salute to the Lords. Thank you,
doubt.
Sir.
Salute. So you already know. So now that we gotten into what the Lords have been playing, we got to focus on Lord Seth. His video game system history, his illustrious career as a journalist over 16 years at the New York Times, his work at Protocol, and of course, what led him to becoming the director of executive communications at Xbox. So Lord Seth, let's start from the very beginning. What's some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
Well, first of all, just thanks again for having me. It's really just an incredible opportunity. And, as we were chatting, just the opportunity to go down sort of memory lane, just on a personal basis here a little bit, because, everyone has their own journey.
Yes.
And, they rarely are smooth. There are often bumps in the road. And, just thinking about my whole life in games, sort of leading to this opportunity that I have now, it's just really incredible. And we'll start at the beginning, but 2 years ago, I was unemployed.
Wow.
I had been out of work for the better part of 3 years, and I wasn't really sure what the next step was going to be. And so to be, in this position now is just really incredible.
That's awesome.
And putting it sort of in the context of, a whole life of experiences. So, I guess I was born in New York City in Manhattan.
Well, Paul, give me an area.
I was born at Roosevelt Hospital, right behind Lincoln Center.
Okay.
My parents were in married graduate student housing at Columbia, coming down the West Side Highway to get to the hospital in time. You know what I'm saying? So that was in the early 70s. And as we all know, in the late 70s, it was a tough time for New York City.
Yes.
And so a lot of folks were trying to move out. My parents had gotten divorced when I was young, and my mom remarried. And they were thinking about moving out of the city, and they wanted to move somewhere that was close to a big city, not in the city, but close to a big city. And that would be open to this, racially mixed family.
Yes.
And so we ended up moving to Woodstock, New York, about 100 miles north of the city, which is a small town. And the town, in the woods, was basically split at that time between what I would call sort of hippie intelligentsia, like my family, musicians, artists, stuff like that. But the other half of the town were IBM families, because IBM, the company, is from the Hudson Valley, based in Armonk, and all those cities up and down the Hudson Valley, Kingston, Peekskill, Fishkill, Poughkeepsie, were all IBM towns. And so in Woodstock, we had this mix between the very sort of straight-laced IBM families and then sort of the whacked-out hippies.
Yeah,
right?
But you got to think about it, Woodstock, right?
Yeah, that's it, right? But we don't think of it as like, these straight-laced, middle American families.
Right.
Because back then, being a computer engineer working for IBM meant that you put on a 3-piece suit and you drove to the computer in the morning.
Yes.
Right? It wasn't about the PC. It was about, refrigerator-sized mainframes.
Yep.
But it plays out in sort of what happened with my gaming history, because so my mom, being part of the hippie intelligentsia, would not allow a television in the house at all.
Good.
No TV.
Not even the big back with the furniture looking?
No TV of any kind. Wow. And even if we had had a TV, to actually get an over-the-air signal, you would have needed one of those big aerials on the roof, right? So, but she was like, TV will melt your brain.
Yeah. She was calling it the idiot box, right?
That's what she called it. That's what
Idiot box.
100%.
Let's go.
And so she didn't allow that. So there's a lot of music in the house, a lot of books, but she let me have a computer.
Okay.
And this goes back to the sort of the mix in the town. So there were 2 elementary schools in the town. There was like the public school where the teachers wear suits and the kids would call them by Mr. and Mrs. And that's where all the IBM kids went.
Right.
And because it was an IBM town, they only had a few like IBM computers.
Right.
But in the early 80s, much loved IBM PC. And DOS, which was actually obviously made by Microsoft.
Yes.
At that time, they had made a deal with Microsoft allowing us to, license that to other computer manufacturers. But those weren't the easiest for children to use, obviously, at that time. This is even before 5 1/4 inch.
Oh wow.
This is 8-inch floppies,
Wow.
right? Before you get down to 5 1/4 inch, right? But so it wasn't really part of the education there. But at the hippie school, right, the other school, there was the hippie school that I went to. There was 100 kids in one like Victorian house.
Wow.
But there, and the teachers wore overalls, and we would call them by their first name. And
that is so much fun. It sounds so much fun, right? Because you see the dichotomy, right? You see these kids are laid back, artsy kids, and you see these straight-laced kids, Mr. and Mrs. Was it okay? From how I'm seeing it, was there any teasing going on from both sides?
No, the teasing was one direction.
Right.
It was from the hippie kids towards the straight-laced kids. They weren't allowed to tease back. But at our hippie school, we had a bunch of Commodore computers. This was the Commodore and Apple generation. We started off with VIC-20s and then Commodore 64s. And those were quite easy for children to use because you'd pop them open and you'd have this basic prompt. So my mom, no TV in the house, but she let me have a computer.
Nice.
So I started off with the Commodore, and each town back then was either a Commodore town or an Apple town.
Okay.
And we were a Commodore town. And so I got a Commodore VIC-20 when I was in like whatever it was, like 4th grade, with the tape drive, right? The storage cassette with the tape drive. And then got Commodore 64. And the games, though, because the storage was so limited, we get magazines, right? Like paper magazines. There was a magazine called Compute, and there was Compute's Gazette. And I think Compute was the Apple one and Gazette was the Commodore one. And in the back of the magazine, they would literally have the code for the games. You'd have to type in the games.
Yes. Oh, yes.
From actually the language in the back of the computer in order to run them. And of course, if you didn't type it in right, then it wouldn't run. So you're basically teaching programming as you're, giving people the games they could play. And then of course, we get the commercial software, the Commodore 64, deep on the original EA games, Archon, Mule, 7 Cities of Gold. But so that was sort of, me, and I was an only child, right? So you've got this only child in the woods, no TV.
No TV.
It sounds like a horror story. It ends well.
It ends well.
You got this little kid in the woods by themselves in the basement.
This just gets worse every time.
The computer, typing in programs. My big on the Commodore, at that time in elementary school, the big thing for me, I was into, fantasy role playing, and we get the Dungeons and Dragons books, and I wanted to play D&D, but I had no one to play with. So I would just go through these D&D books to sort of making up my own adventures. But on the computer side, the big leap forward for me was the Bard's Tale series. And one of my favorite childhood memories was literally seeing the UPS truck come into the driveway and running out to get the box to come back in. And back then, with the graph paper, because you had to graph out the dungeons, step by step. So that was sort of part of the gaming for me to begin with. But the other side is the social side, right? And we all know the most important thing about gaming is bringing people together, and that community. It's not just about you and the game; it's with the other people. And I got that at the arcade.
Let's go.
Right. All right. So I didn't have the console, but I had the arcade experience. And so in Woodstock, there was a place called the Pinball Palace.
Okay.
All right. And the Pinball Palace, so you had the straight-laced kids and the hippie kids.
Right.
Yeah.
And the elementary school kids on my block, they had to get on the bus and go straight home after elementary school. My mom let me ride a bike. She said, all right, you can like hang out in town for a little bit, before you come back, after school. but you better not go to the Pinball Palace.
Oh.
So of course we went to the.
Of course you went to the. Of course,
First thing you do.
Of course.
You don't have any
Palace,
GPS
like-
on me.
Paint the picture of that Pinball Palace though. Dark light, like the screens emanating. What was going on? Give me the visual.
So all right, so half of it, you've seen the movie Dazed and Confused, the place, the Emporium, with the high school kids hanging out. But it was smaller than that. It was kind of like this dark little place, but right in the middle of town, and we weren't supposed to go there. And there was like the high school kids were there, hanging out. There's a big difference between an 8-year-old, and a 9-year-old, and a 16-year-old.
True.
But the other side of it was, Woodstock's a big music town.
Okay.
And there was a really famous rock and roll club in the middle of town called the Joyous Lake.
Okay.
And it was not a coincidence that the Pinball Palace was right behind the Joyous Lake.
Okay.
All right? And the
names.
Joyous Lake, where all these rock and roll and hippie bands would be coming through, through town on tour, with their roadies and stuff.
Right.
And Woodstock has a certain reputation.
Yeah.
So they'd come, play a show, but they were also picking up other things.
Yes.
While the town.
Hey guys,
I like how Seth put that song. Other
things.
They were
So
there
damn well
for
what they
other
picking up, but we gonna continue.
They were picking up other supplies. For
Exactly.
the rock show.
They were there to elevate their minds.
Yes.
And-
Let's stop.
And the Pinball Palace was right behind the Joyous Lake.
I love these
And so, when you're like a rock band on tour, you're loading in the late afternoon, right? Before the show that night. The late afternoon is also when the kids are coming out of school to go to the Pinball Palace and the high school people. So you'd have the rock and roll roadies, hanging out at the Pinball Palace with the high school kids. But that's where I got, my Centipede, my Pac-Man,
Nice.
my Galaga, Defender,
Let's go.
Robotron.
Do you remember the first actual video game stand-up that was there? Because all right, so what I know what you're saying is like in that period of time, the early 80s, there was a ton of pinball machines, and the pinball machines ruled. And then all of a sudden, a stand-up was there.
Yep.
Yeah. So my stand-up, the first stand-up that I ever had was Time Pilot.
Oh, I remember Time Pilot. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I remember going to see it, and I'm like, what's this? And it was a repetitive shooter, a plane shooter. But that was the first stand-up that I actually seen up close besides a pinball machine. Do you remember the first stand-up, or when you got there with stand-ups already?
No. Let me come back to that. It's a really great question, King, because the other thing, so my stepfather, he owned 2 laundromats.
Oh,
And so at night he'd be fixing washing machines in the garage, but we had pinball machines in the laundromats. So I was a huge pinball, fanatic, and there was pinball mostly at the Pinball Palace.
Right.
And look, it would have started with Space Invaders.
Let's go.
Right.
Classic.
I mean, legit old school Space Invaders. I don't remember Time Pilot, but pretty quickly when I can remember, we were into the Sprite era with original Pac-Man. I remember when Miss Pac-Man came out, it was a big deal.
That changed the game.
that was a
Miss
huge
Pac-Man
thing.
changed
Miss
the game.
Pac-Man was the real step up there, right?
Yeah.
But it was a Tempest. The vector graphics.
Yes.
Sorry.
And what's funny is we had Tempest with the spinner ball, with the spinner wheel.
Yep.
And then Galaga. And so the one game that I was always best at was a game called Gyrus. I don't know if you remember
Gyrus.
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Gyrus was sort of Galaga meets Tempest, right?
Yes.
With the sprite graphics around the outside. And what was cool, they would leave the machines on to try to, because that high score was it, right? You'd come in after school and it's like, how's my high score doing?
Let's
And
go.
once in a while the power would go out and they would have to reset it.
Yeah.
But I did become the #1 Gyrus player in that town.
Nice.
That was my jam. But it was and then my mom would be like, I think you went to the Pinball Palace. So there's where I got
go through the gauntlet of shady characters to get to the actual Pinball Palace.
No, it was
Were they engaging in said activities at the Pinball Palace? So maybe you came home smelling.
No, it wasn't like that. Well, back then, cigarettes were everywhere.
Yes.
Right,
Back then, yeah, it was different.
Back then, like, the 16-year-olds were smoking cigarettes everywhere.
Right.
Anything else would be, be on the back porch. They tell the kids, you don't want to go out that way. Go out the front door.
Yes.
Yeah.
And whatnot. Try to be somewhat respectful of the kids. So,
Yeah.
but that social experience, right, of like playing in public, right?
Yes.
And we've, largely lost that even now.
Absolutely.
With the rise of home consoles.
Tell them about the pressure of playing a pinball machine, and you got that high score rocking, and you like, ding, 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 ding. and everybody's standing around. You're like, go Seth, go Seth. Go.
And then the ball goes straight down the middle. It's like, and you're always worried, like, is there a magnet down there?
Yeah. And that's when you're too small. You're too small to manipulate the actual machine and tilt it a little bit.
Tilt it, yeah.
Right. I was too little.
So you're pretty much admitting that you. I was gonna say you're pretty much admitting that you guys was cheating.
Look, that was a tactic.
It's not cheating unless it tilts.
It was a tilts.
It's not cheating.
Those quarters are hard.
You
to
literally
come by.
just said just said you wasn't big enough to tilt the machine.
But see, Alec, what you did with it is you would give it an extra bump with your body.
You
hit it with a little bump with your body, but if you hit it too hard, it would tilt, and then the ball, everything would stop, and the ball would go down because they knew.
Yeah. I'm so glad I'm not old. I'm so glad. I can't imagine what it like. Look, like you guys are in that golden era. That's fine. You keep that golden era.
We gotta keep that.
You put a fence around that golden era. You treasure that. I don't want in the kingdom. I don't want around the kingdom. I don't care. I'm not gonna take any taxi to the kingdom.
These are the stories that help get the games you love.
Do you see the smile on his face? Do you hear the richness of the story?
Yes.
You want in. You just can't get in it.
It's impossible.
I'm gonna put a gate around
fine, man. That's fine.
It's all good.
Like, look, like when you guys talk about the old stuff, man, I'm literally looking into a black abyss. And, I don't know. You guys are like, he brought up a bunch of different games. And no disrespect to the games, but I'm like, I don't know what that game is. I don't know what that game is. He said he's like, in this game's pretty much these two games combined. It's like, well, I don't know what the two games are. So I don't know what the game is.
I think, well, we're gonna set up something new for Patreon.
We should have a Patreon like Addict plays this, and it be from the old generation, so we can learn. But continue, Lord Seth. We got to get these great stories. You would continue.
Yeah, no. So so you see that that social context, right? Mm-hmm. And so that was real important. But the next stage for me was after elementary school. I actually went to boarding school.
Okay.
And I went pretty young. My mom wanted to get me out of that tent. Mm-hmm. Given everything I just talked about, she wanted to get me out of there. Yeah. Because there was a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So I went to boarding school starting at age 11 in 7th grade. So real young.
Real young.
There are a lot of boarding high schools, and then I went to a place called Eaglebrook, which is an all-boys junior high school in Deerfield, Massachusetts.
Okay.
We share that experience. We share that the boarding school experience.
Am I allowed to ask questions here?
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So tell me about your experience. I'm a little curious.
So I have friends that went to Eaglebrook that later on went to high school with me, and I attended St. Paul's.
Oh, okay. So now we're talking. I don't know if
we're talking rivals.
Hold on.
I mean, the information is out. If you want that information out there, it's fine. I mean, it's there.
Let's pause that. You went to a school called Eaglebrook.
Eaglebrook.
I'm just sitting here like that's why I double checked because I didn't understand.
You good. So continue, sir.
So the friends that attended Eaglebrook were wrestlers.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna say Eaglebrook,
and they continued that at St. Paul's. And I don't know if you want me to say the school, Seth.
I don't know if you should name names. But I bet
no, not people's names. No, right. So
what year were you at St. Paul's?
I was there 91 to 94.
Oh, right on. Okay, so I'm a little
before, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but right on. So you understand what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Continue.
So at Eaglebrook, was pretty much on the Commodore 64 still. My big memory then was the Ultima 4.
Ultima.
I sort of went from Bard's Tale into Ultima, the computer role-playing games, and I actually had the opportunity many years later to interview and meet Lord British, who had developed that series. He lived down in Austin, Texas. So Ultima 4 was probably one of my main seminal gaming experiences growing up, because what they did with morality and the choices you had to make in that game between different competing moral imperatives was really important to me.
Nice.
And so after Eaglebrook, I then went to a competing school that Sav went to. I went to a school called Andover, which is a boarding high school.
Okay.
One moment.
No, you good. You good. I like. Oh, I like that
Yes,
9 is
San
glass. So can you
Francisco
put that back up,
49ers.
sir?
Yes, sir.
I like that 40.
Okay,
I like. No,
trying to save
please.
that. All right, wait, I'll jump around here
Yes,
just for a
yes.
second. Okay, so I just started, at Microsoft in March.
Yes.
And I moved out here pretty quickly.
Mhm.
But at the beginning, I was on some calls and Teams, and this has been my water glass
That's
forever.
right,
I'm a
as
big
it should be.
Niners
As it should be.
fan. And
Okay,
but,
let's stop bleeding
but
the witness.
No, continue.
I had stopped. I had sort of not realized or sort of forgotten. And one of my more senior executives, he calls me and says, "Seth, I got to talk to you about something." I was like, "Uh-oh, I'm in trouble now." He's like, I had respect for you before, but I actually have more respect for you seeing you rock the Niners glass because this is a Seahawks company in a Seahawks town. This is an NFC West situation out here. So I'm still rocking the Niners
That
glass.
red and gold, say it with your chest. Continue. So that was a great choice. It was a beautiful setup.
So getting into high school, the next I had gotten the Commodore 128.
Let's
And
go.
that was like the 80 characters across, and it was sort of like the end. This is like 10th grade now, and I had sort of my final programming experiences was that I was into like hippie music and classic rock, so I got into Led Zeppelin. I was really deep into Led Zeppelin, and the 4 members of Led Zeppelin have these like weird little symbols that reflect each member of the band. And I made a screensaver for my Commodore 128 with these like hippie symbols of the members of Led Zeppelin that would like bounce around the screen off of each other with the physics, and like with all these like hippie colors going. But that was it for me on programming. But as a gamer and as
You
a
sure
player,
you didn't like walk through that cloud by mistake when you got into the pinball?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Continue, Seth. Pay him no mind.
I have no idea what you're referring to.
But I remember those screensavers, but you made yours. I got mine. I just clicked mine.
Continue. I love this. This is a great story.
This
Continue.
is great.
And so in that dorm, there was, there are a lot of rich kids at the school, but there was one particular kid who had a Mac SE. That's my first time seeing a Mac.
Okay.
And the SE was the one with the 2 floppy drives. And then you had like the shoebox size hard drive on the side.
Yes.
That was like, and I was like, that was my first time seeing a graphical interface.
Yes.
And the games weren't that incredible, but you could sort of see the promise there.
Yeah.
Even though it was all black and white. But the other side, what was super important, was beginning to get into wide area gaming with the people that weren't sitting there. So at the high school, as Sav knows, there are a lot of resources, very fancy library, and a pretty fancy computer lab. This is the late 80s, and there was a computer lab in the basement of the library that had like 30 Macs, and they were all on Apple Talk. You could print your papers and stuff, and all the kids love the Macs.
Yes.
But in the distant corner,
Let's go.
there was one dusty IBM PC
Let's go.
with DOS. All right, that no one wanted to use. The people who like ran the computer center didn't even care about it. But there was a DOS PC in the corner that had a modem. All right, and that was it. We weren't allowed to have phone lines in the dorm room.
Right.
But there was one DOS PC in the corner that had a modem on it. And we'd all seen War Games at that point, right? It's like, oh, look, I want to get into that.
Yes,
right?
huge.
And I was like, oh, I want to get on the modem, right?
Right.
And I had one friend who was a day student, so he was able to have a computer at home, and he knew what was up. And he taught me how to use DOS, and we got on this thing with the modem, and we would set up like hidden partitions so that even like the administrators wouldn't know what we were really up to on that computer.
Shout out to you having no TV, because you having no TV has
You notice how it creates ingenuity?
You have to be resourceful.
Yes,
You
it
do.
creates resourcefulness.
resourceful.
Absolutely,
Yes,
King.
He let him have a PC, so he learned the ways of the Force.
Yeah, I love it. I love that secret partition, getting on that modem.
And on the modem, we could get on bulletin board systems, BBSs.
Yes.
And this was a part of the country where there's a lot of that. And now all of a sudden, you're now communicating with other real people.
Yes.
Now it's sort of early, message boards.
Yes.
And you're dealing with other folks, and it's like it's blowing your mind.
Wow.
And that was the beginning of wide area gaming.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Because we would play games like Trade Wars. Now, do you remember something called FidoNet?
I do not, but you got to
All right. So the way that like the different BBSs would communicate back then, we had long distance telephone charges, right?
Right.
Like, you got on the phone, if you called outside your local area, you were paying by the minute. So get off the phone, you're running up the phone bill, right? But in your local area, you could call unlimited.
Yes.
Right.
And so you can get on, stay on the BBS all night. But there was no, if you wanted to talk to somebody in California, calling California was just prohibitively expensive.
Yeah.
So FidoNet was a network where the BBSs could communicate and transfer files from one to another with these overlapping local calling areas.
Wow.
So they would literally like send a message from one, and then it would call the next one 30 miles down the road, which is a local call for that one, send the message, call the next one 30 miles down the road. So it was all local hops.
Right.
So no one was running up long distance.
Nobody's
charges.
doing a long distance. Yeah.
It's called store and forward networking.
Okay.
So it wasn't real time, right? But you could send a message over FidoNet that might get across the country in a day or two. And so within the games, it would like pass it from,
It's like hot potato. It's literally like hot potato.
But the games, right now, you're playing games like Trade Wars, sort of like these science fiction Star Trek type exploration games, where you get one move a day, right? And everyone would send in their moves, right? Because you're moving your flotillas and your spaceships around, and then the next day you check in, and it would have like synced up.
Gotcha.
Seth, let me tell you right now, that would kill this generation right now. Like, literally, the FOMO that they would have there.
Yeah, Attic would not survive.
What's the
Playing
move? What's the
XCOM
move?
in this generation where he do his move and then he got to log in tomorrow to see the next move.
Tune in next time.
Attic would go crazy in that generation.
That is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll be more productive too. So, I
True.
got a whole lot to do, man.
True.
Maybe I get more stuff done.
No. Continue, son. Continue.
No, but at least there's real people, right? It's not real time, but now you're sort of part of something broader.
Yes.
And I never got into AOL or Genie because I was doing the BBS stuff.
Right.
And they'd have all kinds of different, shady software you could download and whatnot. But that was so that was important for me. Went to college in 1990, and that's where we discovered the internet, right? Because back then, there was no graphic, there was no web, right? And the only way really to get on the internet was either to work in the military or to be at a university situation.
Correct.
Where you could, so I showed up at college in Connecticut, and that my school had all these Unix mainframes and VMS.
Can you shout out the college in Connecticut? I got Connecticut peeps. That's all. I'll just, if you want to, if you.
No, I went to Yale.
Okay, cool.
In New Haven.
New Haven, yeah.
But Unix hadn't even taken over yet. They still had DEC VMS mainframes as well, but Unix was clearly taken over. And so what you could do is they would let you have a phone line so you could dial in. I remember literally walking up to what we call Science Hill at Yale, because they, it wasn't, this new student orientation was like, yeah, there's the computer lab over there. Go print your papers over there. They weren't even trying to get the kids onto the text-based internet. Wow. And I remember like literally walking up Science Hill to go to the computer science department just to ask them, hey, like, what do I need to do to dial in and get in on this? And they're like, why do you want to know?
Boy, breaking protocol.
And I was like, I don't know. I can't remember what I said. But all of a sudden now, and I'd gotten on Mac at that point. I'd gone from Commodore to Mac, but I wasn't really running games on the machine. Now you're just dialing in, and it's all just telnet,
telnet.
text-based. But all this stuff, discovering email. Usenet news groups, sort of the predecessor to Reddit or whatever you call it, sort of global news groups. And I was always really into hippie music, so I was on the Grateful Dead news group as well as the gaming ones. But you could telnet right into another computer. And there was a group of games called MUDs. Multi-user dungeons, otherwise known as multiple undergraduate destroyers. And so, we had all grown up playing a certain type of game called, text adventures, right? Infocom games like, Adventure, Zork, where you type, go east, go north, attack dragon, whatever. But some of them, really detailed and whatnot, but they're all single player, right? Like, offline. And you start playing these games called MUDs. And so you telnet, I remember telnet into this computer in the Texas A&M University, a game called Darker Realms, right? These are text-based adventures, and you sort of log in, you make a character, and it says, you're in a church with a sword, get sword, go south, go east. And to me, it just looks like a normal single-player adventure. I'm like, oh, it's bigger on another computer. And I remember, I'll never forget, probably one of the most important moments in my personal gaming history is you're sitting in a tavern, and you're just sort of like this, and you're sitting there, and all of a sudden, it just pops up. A green elf enters the room.
I said, what?
But like in real time, you're just sitting there waiting. It says the green elf enters the room. I go, yeah. And it says the green elf says hi.
What?
And you're like, excuse me?
What?
And you're like, what? And it says, the green elf says like, how you doing? I'm like,
This had to blow your mind at the time.
Could you imagine you sitting in your tavern, you chilling, and the green elf walks in? You're like, what?
right, no, it's a line of text, right?
Yeah, it's a text. That's
And I type and I say, hi.
Yeah.
And the green elf says, like, and of course, that's a real
person. Yes.
That was like mind blowing. Like there was a real person. It's like, hey, how you doing? Are you a new player? Like, yes, I'm a new player. Like, hey, do you want to go? Like, it's like, wait, like what?
What?
And they're like, and they say, all right, let's go kill, the orc down the road. I'm like, okay. It's like, he said, go east, and I'll be there. And then it says the green elf leaves the room through the east.
Yo, King, this is crazy.
And then you type go east, and the guy's still there. You're like,
mind blowing.
Totally mind blowing.
Yes.
So long story short, my undergraduate career was not quite destroyed.
I managed to get some work done.
Super deep on these MMOs. I'm sorry, they weren't called MMOs. They were called MUDs, text-based. But here's the thing, right? It was all about the community of people. Yes. And there's two aspects I want to highlight. Number one was the way these games were set up was that once you got to like max level, you became what's called a wizard. Oh. And once you're a wizard, you could create new areas in the game yourself.
Oh, wow.
Once you reached max level, it would literally unlock a scripting language where you could start to create new areas in the game. Wow. So in my game Darker Realms, there was like a Star Trek themed area and a Star Wars area and a Doctor Who area and a Lord of the Rings area and an Edgar Allan Poe area that had been coded by different players. Fire. So the game itself is constantly growing. It's almost like a Roblox type situation or a Manticore type situation.
Yeah. The creative tools here, impressive.
But the other side, it was just as important, once again, is about the community, right? You've got people from all over the country who are now playing, largely from academia, who are playing these multiplayer games, but like, there was no graphics on the internet. There was no way to send a picture. The bandwidth was so low, but people will find a way to connect, right? And so one of the things I wanted to show you was the Darker Realms yearbook.
Oh, wow.
And so what people would do is literally say, hey, here's an address, send in pictures of themselves, right? Like to a physical address where somebody who ran the game would then put the pictures together into a physical scrapbook with stories from the game and then mail back out to the players.
That is so cool.
And what that showed me was, there was no way to see it. That was the first time seeing pictures of the people you were playing with, right? Couldn't ever hear their voices. But people will find a way to make community through gaming, right? And look, and Darker Realms is still running. My character is still there. There were a number of Darker Realms, weddings and children and whatnot. But so that's my point, right? Is that it's all about, when we talk about, bringing the joy and community of gaming to everyone on the planet. We all saw it, in different ways, whether it's in the arcade, whether it's, through a yearbook. And so that was what really, showed me at first at that time, how important the community of gaming really is.
That is powerful. You just blew my mind with that. Like I can't relate to that level because obviously you're there when this boom is happening, but it reminds me, and Sov may know this one. Remember the Grail Quest book, Sov? Remember
of course.
Right, and it's like, it would kind of like choose your own adventure, but they were like, you create this world, and you turn, do this, you create your character, and it's go here, go east, go left. But it was in the structure of a book, right?
Of a book and a tabletop game.
And a tabletop game, but. Like what you're saying is to me that equivalent next level online text based with a community. Like that is mind blowing. So like you're saying, like
I think that game touched Kojima as well because if you think about it, he was making a game in that manner.
That was the original Strand game.
You really got to think about it. Like everything has a genesis point, right? Everything has a point of entry.
Right.
Your awareness for when that elf walked in was mind-blowing to that extent, right?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that other people had that same experience. And then when you reach max level and you're making these worlds, you're not really crafting these worlds for you. You're giving a piece of yourself to the world, but you're crafting the world for the other player to walk into said world.
Right.
And that's the expansion. That's exactly what everyone is looking for in order to share a piece of their self online to everyone else.
Right.
And like you said, you had different eras. Star Trek. I would have been in the Star Trek, like a Star Wars or Star Trek area, and I would have been over there all day long. But that's key, because individuals took the time out, made it to max level,
Yes,
and had the same experience that you did, and decided to make a world craft around that. That is so beautiful.
So Seth, did you make any expansions to it, or that wasn't?
I never got to that level. I mean, 'cause you really had to be a real programmer. So I was just, after the Led Zeppelin screensaver, that was it. For
Yeah,
me.
that was it. I was done. That was it.
I was
He did
just,
tell you that he didn't destroy his undergrad, so you had to destroy.
but
Yeah, true.
I do.
You would have been dropping out.
Oh yeah, it's over. It's over. At that point, it's over for me. There's no
As
more
a
school.
wizard.
As a wizard, there's no more school.
He said, Mom, I'm a wizard.
I don't have that diploma, but I have this yearbook. Though.
I wasted a ton of money, but I'm a wizard.
But I'm a wizard though. But the thing about it, Seth, is what is so amazing. To me, it's the precursor. Like the way you describe that is the way like Xbox Live going online for the first time was for someone like me, right? Where it's like, wait a minute, that's a real person. I'm interacting, right? So to me, it's like a touch point. And it's just so cool because, these are those inflection points in gaming where you're like, okay, something is changing dramatically in the scope. This is mind blowing. And I really want to salute you on that story. It was powerful.
My experience with that, what he's talking about, my green elf was X-Band.
I remember X-Band. Yeah. I remember
when I put in the X-Band and I put the modem inside, I really, okay, so to give you the description of something, but execution is totally different, right? So to hit on the execution of what they give you in the description, sometimes it's hit and miss, right? So you're like, it's a gimmick. But then when I put the modem in and I'm playing this guy called Showtime, we would play every night on NBA Live, EA, in the game. We will play, and it was amazing. Yeah. Until my mother picked up the phone.
Shout out to the 33.6 modem and the screeching.
That's definitely.
She ran into my room. She thought aliens was coming
because of the phone.
She said, "Baby, the aliens is here."
You're taking over the phone.
Yeah. Good.
That's definitely like an era that I can't. I hate that I was part of, man. The dial-up era. Yeah. I was like right there on the ass end of it, man. I that's definitely one thing I wish I would have avoided.
Yeah.
Like, come on, like out of all the stuff that because I missed out because of because of where I was born in the technology line. Like, man, why couldn't I have just little bit just missed that dialogue?
Ridiculous.
It's good. It gives you texture. It gives you
an appreciation of what you went through.
That's talking about.
You keep that texture, man. You keep that texture.
Talking about reading text, and somebody walks in the green. That's insane, right?
That's actually fearful a little bit. I was like, part of me is like,
and he's like, meet me up the road so we can kill the ogre.
There's still like certain places that do dial up, like
for sure. But I want to get back focused with Seth finish up his history with the gaming because this is tremendous. So again, you do that, you're completely invested in this whole new world is open to you as far as connectivity, as far as gaming, the kind of thing. So did that affect the academia, sir? Did that?
Well, I'll come to that, but I want to come back to something that King said that was super important about this, collaborative storytelling.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And where it started, because it really started, with things like Dungeons and Dragons in the early 70s. We talk about pen and paper, right?
Yep.
This idea of collaborative storytelling, that we're all going to be telling a story together, with a game structure to give it some balance. But that was really, the folks like Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson, the inventors of Dungeons and Dragons. And one of the great pleasures of my career at the Times, which we'll get to later, was I was actually able to write Gary Gygax's obituary.
Oh, wow.
And also an appreciation of him as the inventor of Dungeons and Dragons. But it's really about how we've used technology, right, to intermediate.
Yes.
You know, so instead of having to have, you know, 8 people around a table, you know, we can use the technology to do that in a wide area.
Yes.
But those human relationships stay the same. No matter what the intermediating technology is. So King, I just wanted to follow up on that point.
No, it's tremendous.
So yeah, just coming back to the narrative, a lot of Darker Realms as an undergrad. Didn't you know, I was playing some single player stuff, you know, mostly like single player RPGs, but I thankfully did not allow it to poison my academic situation too much. At that point, so the other side of the narrative is I had started working on my high school newspaper when I was at Andover. Started working on my college newspaper at the Yale Daily News, pretty much the first day of undergrad. So I was always into journalism. And sort of back then, at least, like the way you would sort of do that professionally was you do summer internships. So I did, my first summer internship was after freshman year at the New Orleans Times-Picayune. You got an 18-year-old in New Orleans all summer on their own. That was
interesting.
Fairly entertaining.
Shout out to the French Quarter. Shout out.
Listen, you made it past Woodstock. You can do this.
No. NOLA is different, bro.
Yeah, I know.
NOLA hit different.
He was in a condensed area with a bunch of high schoolers, and he had to navigate those rough waters to get to said video game. And listen, you turned out great, but let's go.
Yeah, continue. NOLA's different.
Well, the other thing is I actually saw the Grateful Dead 100 times before Jerry Garcia even died, and I was 22. So yeah, I was out on the road seeing a lot of live music as well. Which was a an interesting environment for teenagers back then.
Yes. Sir.
So, but I was doing the journalism thing just to sort of keep that thread up. And then went to the Boston Globe for a couple of summers. Graduated in '94, like many kids, didn't really know what to do with myself. So, like the default is go to law school. So I went to Yale Law School for a year, and I ended up dropping out. Now that year at Yale Law School, 94, 95, that's when you started to see the web, right? Yeah. Like, so we had been on the internet, and I remember hearing rumors. So I had actually lived in Boston with these MIT and Harvard grad student guys who were in like, biomechanics and all kinds of crazy science. And they were telling me like, no, they're making this thing for the internet where you can like click the picture. And you click the picture and it'll take you to another thing. Like you don't have to type anything. Like, that sounds crazy. So just as I was starting law school is when we discovered Mosaic and Netscape. And so I guess it was like Mosaic first. And look, I mean, it's on a personal level. For me, I think a regret was I didn't take time off between undergrad and law school.
Gotcha.
And I stayed at law school in the same place I had been in undergrad, so I was just kind of burned out, frankly. And I'm not going to blame the internet because it wasn't like, I was addicted to the internet instead of going to law school. But that's when you start coding your own home pages in HTML. And sort of discovering that the gaming hadn't really taken advantage of it yet. You're still doing mostly text-based at that point. Drop out of law school in '95, go back to the Boston Globe. Was an editorial writer there for a year, writing about politics and policy. 96, I wanted to be in New York because all my friends from college were in New York.
In '96, that's when New York is super cool. Let's go.
It was a fun time. I mean, it was like, look, the world was at peace, right? It's sort of like, post Cold War, the .com boom. People are first getting cell phones. But when I went to the Times, so I thought I was going to be a politics writer my whole life.
This is my favorite part right now.
The Times, baby.
Iconic. So, really quickly, for people that don't know, the people that don't read newspapers, all right, for you guys, and it's a large segment of you guys that don't read newspapers at this moment in time, newspapers is very huge to me. So when we were having Seth on, it's a big aspect for him. So when we talk briefly about it, I was so intrigued by this aspect of it because I'm at one end of the spectrum and he's at a totally different end of the spectrum. But the New York Times is very serious in New York City.
Massive.
It's prestige.
Yes.
This is
All the
prestige
news that's
here.
fit to
Yeah,
print.
yeah.
Yes.
It's pretty much because what you got at the time was news, the Post, but the Times was
that's above it. They're above
the
money.
Times
They're
had the
above the money.
iconic reputation of
Yes.
quality, the highest level. So King is right.
Integrity.
Yeah, it's a
Integrity.
different distinction. That
Yes.
If you're in New York, people know the papers had levels.
Yeah. Okay, so like
sure.
if you see a guy walking down the street and he has a New York Times,
Yeah, that's a different type of dude.
a New
That's a
York
different
Times
type
and
of dude.
Financial Times. That's
Yeah.
a different type of person.
Yes.
than somebody's picking up the Daily News.
Yeah, or the Inquirer.
Talk down, or you go lower.
Not the,
to
you don't want the dude that picked up the supermarket Inquirer or the checkout.
Yeah, like,
good dude.
whoa, aliens is here.
Yeah.
Discriminating what type of paper they read.
Look, I'm just saying it was a culture. It's something that came, it was a
totally
prestige that came
different
with
at
it.
it. Like,
That's all.
trust me,
Yeah,
it's
the
also
New York
different.
Times, Boston
Yes.
Globe, those.
Yes.
Yeah, it hit different.
You go inside
Continue,
the
Seth.
I am
store,
so glad
the
I
way
don't
they
do
put
it
the
this
papers,
way.
they even separate the papers different. But go ahead.
Continue, Seth. Continue. This
Go
is
ahead,
great. This is great.
Yeah, no. So I thought that I was going to be a politics writer. I was one of those kids who could rattle off 98 of the 100 senators sort of off the top of your head.
Wow.
Oh,
Coming from the Boston Globe, and I went through this whole interview process, and I thought that my career was going to be, cops, city hall, go to Washington, foreign capitals, do the whole politics thing.
Wow.
And my whole gaming and internet thing was just off to the side.
Gotcha.
I didn't think it had any relevance professionally. But so I go through this whole interview process to become a cub reporter on the Metro desk. At the end of this whole process, you're in this final interview with the executive editor of the entire newspaper, a guy named Joe Lelyveld at the time. And the thing is, my resume had an email address and a homepage on it, which was really rare back then.
Right.
Like that you would have those things on the and the executive editor of the paper is looking at my resume. He's like, "Oh, you got an email address?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, he's like, "This internet thing at the bottom." It's like, "So you know about this internet thing, right?"
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "Yeah, I know about the internet thing." He's like, "Well, in that case, how would you like to help cover the telecommunications industry for the business section?"
Okay.
And to me, that was like Greek. I was like, I had no idea what he was talking about.
Right.
Because I would throw out the business section. I was a politics guy.
Right.
It was intimidating for me back then. Continue.
I wasn't interested in the business section, but I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And the telecommunications industry at that time, now we're talking about AT&T.
Yep.
There was no Verizon back then, right?
Right.
There was
Yep.
9X.
9X.
There was 9X. There was Bell Atlantic.
Yes.
There was MCI. There was
Yes.
Sprint. There was, and AT&T, Ma Bell was it, right?
Yes.
Bell.
And so not to get too deep in all this stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
Congress had just deregulated that industry, the Telecom Act of '96, which really opened up a lot of the things that we experience now
Mm-hmm.
in terms of just the business and legal and regulatory structure of that industry.
Right.
And it was the hottest thing in the world. And I just lucked into it because the telecom in my very first story. So actually just 2 days ago was my 25th anniversary of when I started at the New York Times.
Oh,
My first day at the New York Times was October 15, 1996.
Yes, salute.
Which was literally 25 years ago plus 2 days, right?
Wow.
So you walk, but that industry, for the next few years was the hottest industry on the planet. With I don't remember like MCI, WorldCom.
Oh yeah.
AT&T split up again. That's where Verizon came from. Verizon was the merger of Bell Atlantic and 9X. But it was all based on my very first story was about a new transcontinental fiber optic network that was being built to transport all this new data that was coming up because networks used to be built for phone calls.
Yes.
Not for huge amounts of data. And so to be able to participate in covering, and I learned a tremendous amount, had incredible mentors there. My first front page story was a few months later in December '96 about this big extension of copyright law for the first time to the internet.
Right.
So that book publishers, movie companies, music companies could feel like they could distribute their information on the internet, and copyright law would protect that. So that wasn't sure. That wasn't assured.
Right.
So to have the opportunity to really see the rise of wireless, packet switching at an infrastructure level, and you're covering these huge companies, 30, 50, $80 billion merger takeovers, So as a young person, I'm covering CEOs who are old enough to be my grandfather. At that time, through and these gray hairs are not from age. They are from competing against the Wall Street Journal in my 20s.
Oh wow, yeah, Wall Street Journal.
That's the other prestige paper, the Wall Street Journal.
Yes.
Keep going.
So at that time, we were just battling it out, every day not to get scooped. On the next big, merger deal. So I was able to learn a lot about big business at that time. The video games for me, so I finally around that time made the switch from Mac back to PC.
Okay.
Right.
Because at that time, we're getting to the CD-ROM era. We're getting to the CD-ROM era, like Wing Commander.
Wing Commander, epic game, classic game. Continue.
And you're starting to hear about the early shooters, right? Doom, Quake. But what would happen is those games would come like 6 or 9 months later to Mac.
Yes.
Right. And I don't want to get into the whole, Mac PC thing back then, but Mac, Apple went through a lot of different iterations.
Yeah.
War.
It was kind of a war. Yeah. I mean, they went to Power PC.
Won,
Fair enough, right?
Yeah, they did.
Well, I would start seeing these, back when the computer magazines were like this thick still, right?
Yes,
and you start seeing the first dedicated 3D graphics cards, 3D FX,
Voodoo cards.
Exactly right.
Yes. Okay,
100%.
so now you're entering where me and Sovereign was playing around for a little bit, and you still, live in that world of PC. It's too rich for my blood. I had to step away from it. But let's get to these video cards where no more a little elf pops in. You see the little elf popping in, and he's waving his hand.
And he's waving at 2 frames per second. But
no, but it was like the first time, right? I mean, getting that first person perspective.
Yes.
And I was tired of waiting on Mac for another 9 months every time. So I finally got a Dell. I got a Dell back in, what's that, 95, 96, 97. So right around then. Right. And getting into the video card situation, so that was what I was doing on the side. That's when I started becoming a big Blizzard fan. Original Warcraft, Orcs and Humans. Warcraft 2, the original Diablo. Super deep. And then in Diablo 2. So all during like my 20s, doing the business reporting, and at night, in Diablo 2, just doing run after run after run, getting those Stones of Jordan rings. Oh yeah, the whole thing. Let's go. Started a little Warcraft online with Warcraft 3 and whatnot. Nice. But it never occurred to me as part of my job. I did write a couple of video game stories here and there in the business section. I think I first wrote about a young CEO of a company called Activision. Bobby Kotick back in 99.
Bobby's early days.
Just a couple little things like, holiday for the game business, but it wasn't like my day job.
Right.
So after doing the telecom stuff for a long time, I ended up covering the big media companies. AOL had bought Time Warner. So I was covering AOL, Time Warner, Disney, News Corp, Vivendi, Bertelsmann, and this French media company called Vivendi ended up buying NBC and Universal, but they also bought Sierra Online, which owned Davidson Associates, Davidson had bought Blizzard, right? So this French company Vivendi ended up owning Sierra, which had made King's Quest.
King's Quest.
Yeah. You remember they were a publisher at a period of time.
Right. Vivendi Universal Publishing, and they owned a bunch of, including Blizzard and stuff. And didn't really work out that well for them, but I was covering all that from a business perspective. Right. And then right after 9/11, a couple of years later, I then left the business section. So I'd been there for 7 years at this point. And I hadn't had to go, I'm sorry, one story that I forgot was I actually wrote, this is right before Monica Lewinsky hit. I had the lead story in the paper introducing a brand new technology called digital subscriber line technology, DSL.
Let's go. That was huge.
It was a front page story saying, a consortium of phone companies and networking companies, like this little startup called Cisco.
Little startup
called Cisco.
Let's go.
And all the telecom manufacturers. But this was the first time that we could get office caliber connectivity
to the home. Big
And
deal.
that was as mind no longer. Remember, on the modems we'd gone from 9600 to 1404,
33.6. There was a 56.
56K modem. And that's where
that was the max.
56K was where it maxed out.
Yep.
So that was really almost the theoretical limit of the twisted pair copper infrastructure that had been created by the phone companies. Right. And so DSL was a big deal. So I wrote about that, and like literally, I think the Monica Lewinsky scandal hit like 2 weeks later.
Right.
And so you weren't going to get on the front page again. For
you're done.
Years.
You're done. That took over the news cycle. Right. Yeah.
So had done all that. Still playing on the side. I had earned the right. I had the gray hairs at that point. I didn't have to go cover a war. I didn't have to go cover a presidential campaign. I'd sort of earned the right to get a little bit of a cushy feature job.
Okay.
And after 7 years, I was kind of burning out, and my editors recognized that. Okay. So I went to a standalone technology section that we had called Circuits.
Okay.
And Circuits was a consumer tech section on Thursdays that became Thursday Styles. A lot of gadget coverage. This is before the .com advertising went away.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I started doing some stuff there, and that's when I started writing about video games a little bit more. Not full time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. How did it transition for you? Yeah.
Yep. So once I was in the consumer tech section, I think the first game that I really wrote about specifically was a classic RPG called Planescape Torment. Planescape Torment, classic single player RPG, one of the best written games of all time. And I believe it had been published by Interplay. I want to get this right.
Interplay.
Remember them?
I was alone. They did Alone in the Dark.
Sierra Online game.
Yeah, I remember them guys. Yeah, continue.
Interplay. Didn't that the people that Ubisoft, not Ubisoft, Obsidian them turned out to be?
Yeah, a lot of the same.
Yeah, they split up
Black
and made
Isle and
Black Isle.
Yeah.
All Southern California. California single player RPG folks.
Yes.
And there was a lot of overlap. I'm not going to get it right with all the different studios. But I did a big story about not a big story, but an article about a game called Planescape Torment, and I got to know the PR person for Interplay.
Okay.
Now, at that time, I was starting to play my first real graphical MMO.
Okay.
I did not play EverQuest, but going from those text-based MUDs into the graphical, I had heard about EverQuest, but I was sort of fantasied out. I want to try something a little bit different. So my first gen MMO that I got deep into was a game called Anarchy Online.
Okay.
Remember that?
Anarchy Online. It's still sort of around from a company called Funcom out of Scandinavia, and that was a fantastic game. And that was a real graphical MMO with a lot of world PvP, base building. And I had gotten into that, and I actually, deep, a few nights a week, and I wrote a big story about some players in that game, and they didn't like the game. They didn't like the story, so they doxed me. And I basically got doxed out of that game. And it was a good learning experience for me, honestly.
Wow.
I didn't think I'd done anything wrong.
Yeah.
But it was a good learning experience for me because I had spent my previous journalism career, writing about, at the time, about these CEOs and big companies.
Right. Yeah.
And people who are sort of used to being in the public eye,
right.
Have PR staffs and everything. And I wrote a story about some real people, and I needed to be reminded when you're writing about real people who aren't professionally out there.
Yeah.
That maybe you can be a little bit more sensitive.
The sensitivity, right?
They're not used to sort of having their life sort of put on display.
Right.
So I had my first MMO was Anarchy Online. I had stopped playing that. Wrote this thing about Planescape Torment, and then the PR person from that went to Blizzard.
Okay.
And I had been a Blizzard fan and so I wasn't paying attention to the World of Warcraft beta.
Right.
Right.
I had heard about it, but I was sort of like burned out on MMOs. I was like, I'm not going back to MMOs.
Right.
Like, I signed it off a couple times over the years and got dragged back in. And the PR person, so like a month before WoW came out, this would have been in 04.
This is a big thing right now.
Yeah.
It's like she sent me the collector's edition, like unsolicited. Like here's the box, right. Here's the box and here's the discs. And
he said discs, y'all.
Yeah, the CD-ROMs. The CD-ROMs. Yeah. I was like, I'm not opening that box.
Because you knew what was about to happen.
You knew
what was about to happen.
Like, I had just gotten burned out on MMOs. I'm like, I'm not playing that. Like I can't get into it.
Yeah.
But I was like, I'll take the box home, but I'm not gonna open.
That's how it starts.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
What's in the box, right? And this would have been 04. And so WoW launched on the Tuesday, 2 days before Thanksgiving.
Well, they didn't see you eat.
It was Tuesday before Thanksgiving, and I was supposed to go, and I was like, the box is closed. And I had just moved to Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and I had
shout out to North Henry Street and all that. Continue.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't remember those original. I had one of the first gaming laptops, which had been sent to me to review for circuits, which Dell had those XPS laptops that were like the size of a phone book.
Yes.
Remember those?
Yeah.
They were like this thick, and I had like reviewed it. So I had that, and I was supposed to go to New Jersey with my family for Thanksgiving. Yeah. But I was like legitimately sick. I had like some cold or whatever. And so I called. So I called my mom. She's like, "Don't come to Thanksgiving. I don't want you getting everyone else sick. You just stay home. I love you." So now I'm sitting there in the apartment on Thanksgiving morning. There it is. I'm looking at the box.
Perfect.
Looking at the box.
The game had just launched 2 days earlier. So I was like, I'll just give it a shot.
Couple minutes. Let's go play for like an hour, and then
woke up 2 weeks later. 2 weeks later.
Let's go.
So I started playing WoW 2 days after release. And that was all she wrote. That was it. See you later. Bye. And
Seth, I had to stop playing that game when I realized I went to Western Union and I put real money to buy gold.
That's silly.
Yeah, that's where I was at with it. And that's when you really have to look at yourself in the mirror. I was like, no, this is it right here.
I'm doing too much.
Yes, because so you needed the gold to because there was elves and stuff like that, people who took up crafting and they would make stuff and they would sell it in the open marketplace, and the open marketplace was real money. Like people can make things and actually make real money. So I had a friend, well, my online wife, that would make that would make gauntlets and stuff, like gold gauntlets and stuff. But you needed the gold in order to buy the material. When you buy the material, you hand the material over to the person that craft the stuff right there. Boom, you got like a tier level 4 or 5 something boots or whatever you need, a belt that made you super strong. I really looked at myself. It was $100. I will never forget that day. It was $100, and I said, "This is it.
This is it." We got it. The rabbit hole went too deep.
And then he tried to drag me down that rabbit hole. That did not.
Yep, I saw y'all. I said,
nope.
Yeah, I jumped into the rabbit hole with both feet.
Head first.
Kicking into 2 feet.
I went straight into the rabbit hole.
He was all daddy with it. Let's go.
I got to give a shout out to my server, Astral Narub. Not a big name server, but it's been there since pretty early on. And the thing is, you immediately find though it's the people that you're playing with.
Yes.
And that's what matters, right? Is you start to find the other folks who are playing at your level, and you start guilds and you get into it. And sort of max level back then was level 60 in the game. So I ended up becoming my main character was a human warlock alliance.
Level 60, sir. I did my research. Level 60.
Well, I was the first level 60 human on the whole server, the first level 60 warlock, and one of the first alliance on the server. So I got super into it. And what was cool though, because I was writing about this stuff, so I was able to sort of, this is all for research, right? This is all for work. This is all research.
He's Mr. Workaround.
I love it. I love the justifications. Man, you know how we all as gamers, when we're doing too much, we always have to somehow justify. Oh no, this is for work. This is part of a project. Continue.
But in fairness, though, I actually ended up going out to Irvine and I wrote the first mainstream article about World of Warcraft.
Oh wow!
A couple months after I came, I went and visited the company. And Blizzard back then was about 250 people in this like nondescript thing in Orange County, and actually half my family, my father's family, is all from Orange County, Southern California anyway. So I was going out there, but I was able to meet the Blizzard team and the WoW team really early, and they were just struggling to cope with demand.
Yes.
They had hoped because EverQuest was the king of the hill for MMOs back then. Had about 400,000 subscribers, and they had hoped if we can match EverQuest in a year, that we're doing great.
Right.
And they hit that in like a week.
Damn.
It was just like, well, I mean, there were people like around the corner. I mean, you look at some of my stories, people would camp out, hundreds and hundreds of people just to buy World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so for the next couple of years, I was writing about the business, but I was raiding 5 nights a week. In vanilla, it was 40, what we call 40-person raids. So Molten Core, Blackwing Lair, AQ40, and we were all about with server firsts all throughout the first few tiers, all through vanilla. I actually was able to get the first full set of tier 1 armor from Molten Core on our entire server, which I'm still bummed out about. I had to delete it later because we didn't have the inventory space. Back then, you had to have multiple sets of armor for resistances. So in Ahn'Qiraj, we had to get like the nature resist gear to fight Huhuran, and like we just didn't have enough bank space to hold on. So I had to actually delete my tier 1 set, which I'm still bitter about.
No, because listen, every time you go do a raid, just like the raids that we do now, some of that stuff doesn't drop, and then it's the way we peter out loot. It's not like loot drops for everyone, right? So it's like top dog eats first.
Let me ask you a question because I'm completely oblivious to a lot of stuff. Like, I was luckily to avoid WoW because I saw the addiction between Solve and King, and I was just like, I can't. That looks scary. But my question is it like you know how Destiny raids, when you talk about these resistances, right? Is it like a set that like these set bonuses that were specific to these activities that really held value, that kind of a deal? Was it one of them type situations, like so that you had to keep that and you didn't have enough inventory space and you had to delete other things that you really didn't want to, even though they had high value? King,
you answer that because I'm not Destiny.
Oh no, he's talking about in WoW. So like you went further than I did, right?
Okay.
And all I can talk about when we did raids, I didn't do a ton of raids, right? Because again, you had to be invited to these raids, and and these people are going in, and it's a huge crew of people, and they're all running in, and you have your mages on this side, your paladins on this side, your warriors on this side, and you guys are all going in, and the healers must heal and keep everybody alive.
Everybody had their role. Got you.
The warriors must do damage.
Okay.
The paladins must give the buff for the defense and stuff like that. But everybody must be working in unison, right? When they drop the loot, you've never been kicked out of a raid by picking up loot. He's smiling because he knows.
Wait, what? What you pick up with the loot?
Okay, so the loot drops.
Like Destiny with the chest over, you beat the boss.
No. That loot drops for you.
Oh, well, this is a race for the loot. Like you fighting your man to pick up everybody with the loot?
You touch that loot and you are not supposed to. You will see you've been removed. Boom. Like you, he knows. Like, because I didn't know. So I grabbed the stuff off the floor. Ooh. Put it down. Like they text you. Put it down.
No, I can't keep the Galahorn.
No, like okay, so it's top 10 eat first. Like Big Dog. So Seth would have been eating first.
Okay,
Seth would say.
So these are rules of engagement set up before the raid start.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
So Seth would say, being like Seth, like he's number one, he's first 60, stuff like that. Seth would say, all right, I already got those boots. Who wants these gauntlets?
Oh, so it's a tier, it's a hierarchy. And then he get to distribute. Wow.
Yes. So the little puppies eat last. Like, so I was low in the totem pole. I stuck my hand in the pool, like, give me that. And then you got something, they call you ninjas.
Yeah.
So, like, if the ninja takes it, if the ninja takes it, he can run off and be gone. They be like, get him.
This is hilarious. Yo, Addict, we would not survive in this game. I'm grabbing the loot and I'm out.
No. See, I have an obsessive personality. If I was in that environment, I'd be the person saying, "No, that's mine. You can have this. You can have that."
I never knew this about WoW.
I would be that top tier person.
Oh, you would be top tier.
This is hilarious. I am so sorry to divert
this. That's why I don't.
You get it.
I was gonna say that's why I don't be messing with that game. Well, I remember there was one time I almost played WoW.
Right.
and it was because it was for a female.
Yeah.
And she was like, yeah, you should play WoW with me. I'm like, I guess. And then thank God it never happened. It never happened.
No, I don't blame. No, but this is very interesting. I'm glad King explained this.
About this aspect of it because I never had anybody that was high enough or that I can talk to about it
to raid with
and the language that I'm talking.
Okay.
And Seth understands the language, and he understands it to a higher degree because he went a whole lot further. Sorry, he went a whole lot further than I did in the game. But that's what really pissed me off as well. Like when you do a raid, your joint could drop. But if you ain't, high on the totem pole, that's not for you.
That's not for you. Wow. Continue, Seth. I am so sorry.
Let me give a little more texture here. No, this is important.
Yes.
Okay. So just to amplify what King is saying. So back then the raids were 40 people.
Okay.
Yep.
And so you might kill the monster and there would be like 3 or 4 pieces of loot, maybe 3 for 40 people.
Oh,
and you got to figure out who gets it, right? And but the system that we used to use was called DKP. Does that name ring any bells? DKP stands for Dragon Kill Points, and basically what it means is you're trying to incentivize and reward participation.
Okay.
So every time that the group goes and kills the monster or a big monster or boss, everyone in the group gets 1 point because you were there. Right. And then so as you keep doing it, if you don't show up, you don't get any points.
Right.
So everyone has like a running tally of points.
Right.
So then when the loot drops that you want, then it's like you bid a certain number of points.
Oh,
because you would spend the points that you would earn by contributing to the group.
Right.
And then when you would sell those points, you would drop down. So then the next person would get it.
Right.
So it actually is like relatively fair, but there's some pretty funny memes, like some WoW vanilla. There's a famous one from a dragon where the guy is, more dots, and then somebody screws up and goes 50 DKP minus, right? So that means 50 minus 50 DKP minus would be like the raid leader to say we're taking away your points because you screwed up the encounter.
Wow.
Which is sort of a joke.
Imagine, sorry to interrupt you, Seth. Like, imagine us playing Destiny with this type of. Imagine the Galahorn drops. And
that's what I'm saying. We gotta disseminate. I'm running off with the loot, and I've never been.
Now you have to have a double dragon style face off to see who gets loot, who last man standing.
See,
that's crazy.
That is when the greediness comes out of people.
Yeah, because it's like because the flip
loot
side,
drama.
The loot drama is this. The flip side is not only because Destiny is 6 of us in a raid. He's talking 40. So now you just did this raid and you Raider 38. And you need that boot, and you literally it's a participation trophy because what is it? The DK.
This is actually the origins of the battle royale. This is where it started. Like,
you know what's crazy? People always say stuff like Mario Party, Mario Kart, that is Super Smash Bros. That's the friend killer. What you telling me?
Yeah, that's the friend killer. That's the friend killer. But I'm sorry, Seth, let's get.
Well, no, they don't do this anymore. I mean, this is why they put in personal loot.
Oh,
this was
pre. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
They don't do that anymore now. Like you have your own little slot machine, and you get the loot, and only you can have it. You can't trade it.
Good.
Because for the social aspect.
Yes.
But also remember this: there was no voice comms back then. It was all by text. This was all typing.
Put it down.
Put it down. This is all,
Put it down.
So let me ask you a question. And keep in mind, this is back before there was like a lot of like ways to socially interact with each other, with people on the internet, but back before forums, back before any kind of finders, like something like that happens now. I'm just LFGing, taking my loot, leaving. I'm never going to talk to them people again. Like this is back in the day where that kind of accessibility wasn't around. So you had to deal with these people on a day-by-day basis. So you couldn't just take to something like
there was a server community.
Right.
You had a reputation.
Yeah,
that's what's most important, right?
Yeah, I guess
if you were known as a ninja, then people weren't going to invite you into your group.
Into the group. Okay.
Because people talk like literally. They like, oh, hold on, I'm frozen.
Yeah, you good.
So they're like, oh, he's a ninja. You're not invited because that means you're a thief, right? So literally, you're a thief. You're not to be trusted.
I'm so glad I missed out on this whole thing.
I'm sorry. I had to divert. This is the most hilarious thing. Continue. So how did you get through this? So we got more to get through.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's cool. It's my fault. I apologize.
Thank you, Seth, because I got a chance to talk about the ninjas. Just stealing stuff and wow.
Yeah, and I'll try to go a little faster. So yeah, ton of WoW. That section I was writing for goes away in 2005. Circuits. But that's when the culture editors came to me and said, Seth, how would you like to write about video games, not as business, not as technology, but as mass entertainment and culture? And that's when I became a full-time video game writer.
Nice.
So I had already been at the paper for 7 years doing this other stuff. And in 2005, a visionary editor named Sam Sifton, who's still at the paper, was running the culture section and embraced the idea that we should be writing about video games, just like we write about books and movies and television and other forms of media. So I spent 3 years writing about sort of that as a reporter. And then I guess the year's right, 2008, when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out. So GTA 4 was coming out, set in Liberty City, basically New York. And at that point, my boss said, you know what, Seth, take off your reporter hat. You can just become a critic. And I started just reviewing games. And this was the 360 era. I had started writing about games in 2005, right when the 360 came out, reviewed the 360. And that's when I started to get to know people in the business, because I had been a gamer my whole life, but I never got to meet any of the executives or anything.
Nice.
So I think I first met Phil Spencer, I think, in 2005 in Amsterdam.
Keep that
right before the 360 came out, they had like 500 media, like 1,000 media from all over the world in Amsterdam for like 5 days.
Wow.
To demo the 360. And that was my first time meeting people in the industry and the other journalists who were incredibly welcoming to me.
Nice.
A lot of folks who are still around. So yeah, then I reviewed games all through the 360 PS3 era, reviewed the consoles, the Wii era, because this is as games were coming back into the mainstream, right? Games, like, things like the Wii, like Guitar Hero, like World of Warcraft, were expanding the audience again, right? So that more people could play. Myself personally at that time, I was playing a lot of WoW, sort of stopped playing WoW that hardcore when Burning Crusade came out. I did get first level 70 on my server when Burning Crusade came out.
Absolutely.
But I was working, right? I was actually blogging it. We crashed the New York Times website a few times with World of Warcraft news. Because they didn't understand, right? Like, they didn't get it. Like, the IT people, I said, all right, so when Burning Crusade, the first expansion for WoW, was about to come out, I got the exclusive announcing the new alliance race, the TheNYTimes. It was right before E3, and we had all these screenshots in an interview, and we were going to have the world exclusive, and Blizzard was going to put it on the WoW launcher and the front page.
Huge.
So it's massive traffic, right?
Exclusive.
And I tried to tell the IT people at the Times, you better get your servers ready.
They didn't know what was about to happen. No,
they laughed me out. Oh, we're the New York Times. Like, we got lots of traffic. We're used to that. They weren't used to it.
No, game is different.
We took down the entire NYTimes domain for like an hour. Like, of all the traffic coming in for the Tronaya announced release in 06. Reviewed games for a bunch for the culture section. So I was there total 16 years. My last 7 in the culture section. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question, because you was reviewing games. You were reviewing games for like other companies like Nintendo, stuff like that. Did you have the consoles?
Yeah.
All right. So you had the consoles, right? What was the first console that you got? Because you're a PC dude. All right, so this gated wall garden console is there. What was your first console that you had? Because you mainly game on PC. You're used to the video cards. You're used to the swapping out and doing all this other stuff. This is just plug and play. What was your first plug and play?
My first that I didn't. I want to answer. I will answer the question specifically, but my sort of seminal console experience, and just going back just a little bit, so like NES, I never had that, right? But I played Super Mario in the arcade. So I had some exposure to the IPs for the arcade versions. My first real crazy console experience was I went and visited my brother, my family in Southern California. He had a PS2 playing Grand Theft Auto 3.
Wow.
And that was it, right? I mean, and I had there's nothing like that on PC at that time. So GTA 3 on PS2, I may have borrowed his PS2.
May have borrowed
for a little bit to play GTA 3.
Yes.
But they sent me an OG Xbox, right? So I started and I started messing around with it a little bit, but the 360 was just coming out.
Okay.
Right.
A little bit later.
Yep.
So it was really the 360.
Oh, okay.
And I was reviewing it, but I could immediately see it was a Amped 3, was the snowboarding game, the snowboarding game at launch.
Yes.
And that big screen experience, I will never forget playing Amped 3, but it was also the online. It was the Xbox, what they had done with Xbox Live in the community. And I'd been, an online PC gamer, but I could immediately see that they had immediately democratized the community and internet experience in the 360 in a way that PlayStation wasn't matching at that time.
Right.
And it was so clear to me that that was a huge leap forward.
Huge.
Right there.
Huge. Absolutely.
But King, to your point, I had a learning curve. And I never tried to front. I never said I was a big, console guy.
Right.
But I, appreciated it for, what it is. And so I had to dig in, and I had a lot of work to do. To be fair.
Yeah.
So yeah, went through that whole starting with GTA 4. I was pretty much a full-time critic. And the paper really loved it. People ask me all the time, was the paper supportive? Incredibly supportive. Sam Sifton and his successors in the culture section were just incredible.
Nice.
But to be honest, by around 2012, I'd been at the paper for close to 17 years, and those last 4 years were basically me in my apartment in Williamsburg playing video games for 70, 80 hours a week, which, mid-late 30s. And it was a lot of fun. Many people's dream job, but the walls were starting to close in on me.
Yeah, of course.
I needed to get out and try just do something different. And I had never really thought I was going to be a New York Times lifer. I just sort of had ended up in these situations that were, letting me do really interesting things. So I left the paper in 2012, started working on a startup called Fans. My co-founder, Pete Shapiro, owns a club called Brooklyn Bowl in Williamsburg, a rock and roll club. So a lot of hippie music stuff. We built the world's greatest database of rock and roll concerts.
Nice.
So now we're into 2012. I had started playing EVE Online in 2007. That's like a lifestyle. We don't have time for that right now. But had this crazy startup experience. But one thing I'll point out in terms of what got me here to right now to Xbox is when I was going to leave the Times to do this crazy startup, one of the original editors who hired me, I asked his advice, a guy named John Geddes, and he said, Seth, your startup will probably fail. Most do. But you should do it anyway, because you will learn so much about business, about other people, about life, and about yourself. That you should do it anyway. And so I had that experience, and it was really great to learn about business. Left that in 2017, was basically unemployed for a couple of years. In 2018, though, I had, I'll just tell you, my mother died in Woodstock, but I was taking care of her for the last few months of her life, and she was not doing well. But those months that I was able to spend back in that basement in Woodstock.
You took it back to the essence.
Same basement. Now I'm playing Europa Universalis 4. I'm playing WoW. I'm playing EVE while taking care of my mom. Was a really meaningful, full journey around. And then I guess at the end of 2019, I sort of realized I was sort of trying to figure out my next step in life. I was like, I got to go back to what I know. Which is writing about video games, but the game industry. Remember, I had grown up as a business reporter covering huge companies, and then I had been a game critic, but I had never written about the game industry.
Gotcha.
And coming back, and I'd been out of journalism for 7-8 years, but it was so obvious that this industry had continued to expand and to grow. And you start to see all the big tech companies getting into gaming. You got Google with Stadia, Apple with what they're doing, Facebook. And there was really an opportunity. So I started writing freelance for the Times. Also for a new publication called Protocol.
I was just about to ask you, how did Protocol come into play? I was just about to ask you.
Protocol is a brand new publication that I guess launched at the beginning of last year. Time flies. And they're sort of affiliated with Politico. And I had ended up in a conversation before they launched, and they wanted to do sort of, coverage of tech. And I was like, oh, you should have some video game stuff. And they're like, well, what video games? What does that have to do with big tech? And I've gotten very used to giving my whole song and dance about why mainstream journalism outlets should care about the video game business and how it's how relevant, because games are becoming one of the next great consumer battlegrounds.
Oh yeah.
For all the big tech companies. And so they said, all right, well, why don't we start off, with a couple of stories. And my first story for them was in February about how all the big tech companies are getting into gaming. And it worked out real well. And the thing is, it's hard to put this way, but, COVID hit a month later.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And, we were in New York City, I was in New York City. I remember going through it and it was real rough. But it was, pretty obvious that, locked up at home, people were going to be playing a lot of video games. And it's clear to the media as well. So all of a sudden, I'd spent a couple of years before that, trying to, knock on doors saying, hey, do you want to rebuild some video game coverage, and not getting a whole lot of positive response. Right. But all of a sudden, once COVID hit, all these, editors are like, oh, we need articles about video games and then the video game business. But for me, it was really an opportunity to reconnect with folks in the industry across different companies, because I'd been around and left and come back. So was able to, write a bunch of interesting stuff last year about, Apple and Facebook for the Times and for Protocol. But I'll tell you, the story that leaps out to me
was that
was when I first saw the new Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yes.
Last summer, and I did a story, and obviously visually it's incredible.
Oh, it's beautiful.
But as I started talking to the people who were making it at Microsoft, and they were telling me about how all the different pieces of Microsoft had come together in the service of that product. Azure with the cloud computing and the AI, Bing with the photogrammetry and the satellites and the lasers, and all this, big tech that was going into this product.
Oh yeah.
It became so clear to me this was a game that only Microsoft could make.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the tech background, the resources, and the history in gaming, all together. And I was like, this is the kind of enterprise that there wasn't a job on the table. I was like, oh, this is really interesting, because you start to see different kinds of experiences that only certain kinds of companies can
do.
So in October, the job that I have now was publicly listed. Some folks encouraged me to apply.
Nice. I want to back you up just one quick second, because you're dropping, you set it up beautifully. But there is one thing, as for me, and I feel like a lot of gamers in the Xbox community, I feel like obviously you have this illustrious career, journalism, then you do Protocol, but I feel like the Xbox community took notice of you. In my opinion, one of your greatest journalistic interviews was with the Game Lab keynote fireside with Phil Spencer. And it was different because we've seen Phil Spencer interviews before. But when you took the platform, it was like this friend he knew for years. It was already it wasn't like the normal Phil interview. It was just so well done. So I just want to know.
Remember, they did have a connection earlier.
Yes,
because he said his first journalistic stuff. Phil was there. So.
I feel on the public scale, because one thing about the Xbox community, whenever Phil goes to a platform to talk, the Xbox community follows. You know what I'm saying? So we affectionately here in the realm, Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer, as we call him.
Excuse you, sir.
Yes.
Let me say it.
Yes, please.
Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer.
Correct.
And I affectionately give him that name. And people have a weird conversation with it, it's just weird stuff. But I affectionately give him the name because he took my beloved console, and not solo, because there's a football team. Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback, and if they lose, Patrick Mahomes lost. Right? If they win, Patrick Mahomes won. Right? But we all know that there's a whole bunch of people that actually went into that whole thing. So as the leader of the ship, I affectionately gave him that name. Every milestone that he hit, and he became the golden one at the end when he achieved this extra milestone. But when I watched your interview, I really saw a different side of that.
Yeah, it was different.
It was different. It was definitely different. Big shout out to the Afro Seth. That was amazing.
Oh, yeah, we like Afro Seth. Afro Seth was lit. We definitely feeling that.
But in all seriousness, King, and thanks for bringing that up, obviously, because it was great for me to reconnect with Phil and the rest of the team. But it was so clear to me that he was building a team and an organization that had a different approach, a different goal. And we talk about, what we're all about now is bringing the joy and community of gaming to everyone on the planet.
Yes.
And that is a breadth of goal that Phil and the rest of the team is totally behind. And it's a goal that we couldn't even really have if we weren't able to tap into the resources of Microsoft. Yeah. In terms of being able to think globally and being able to reach people across different devices, different technologies, in different ways to all bring everyone as possible, if they want to, into this global community of gamers. That was also the interview where they hid the Series S in the bookshelf.
In the back. It was so many significant.
And they trolled me about it 2 months later.
Yes,
right? Like,
yes.
It was like in September, they did that on Twitter. But it was pretty clear there was something special going on here between talking to Phil, seeing Flight Sim. So I was encouraged to apply for this role, and my final story, I guess as a journalist, really, well, I did some stuff for Protocol, but my last story for the Times was actually about Sony and PlayStation in December. But then I had to go quiet, and here we are. But thanks for letting me tell this whole story. But really, it's all about the community and bringing people together.
Yes.
And the role that I have now is really about helping amplify others' voices. We communicate in different ways about our business. I'm also involved with how we communicate internally. Yes. With the thousands of people, incredibly dedicated folks on Team Xbox. In the end of the day, I voted with my feet. Right. I had other opportunities, and I came to the place where I felt like I could work with a team of folks at every level that really is all about bringing that joy and community of gaming to everyone. Yeah. And it's incredibly fulfilling to be able to be a part of it.
Yeah, I just want to, it was a huge announcement, and I do remember that magic moment. And got to quote you. You had a great quote from there. You said, "Interactive entertainment is the world's most dynamic industry, and gamers are a force of good. That's why I'm so thrilled to join Team Xbox as Director of Executive Communications. Together, we will continue to extend the joy and community of gaming to people everywhere." So it was a big deal. We saw everyone giving you kudos. The respect was there. And then, again, my question, I guess, so like we know, obviously, you're still fairly new to the role, but like, what's your overall excitement and for the future and direction of the Xbox brand?
My future excitement is that we can bring more people into gaming.
Yes.
Yeah. And we can bring down the barriers, whether that's range of content, xCloud. I got my xCloud mug right here.
Nice.
Yep.
We're seeing incredible take up in different parts of the world. It's all about letting people come into gaming in the way that works for you. Right. On the devices you already own. So we're not just a little click, off to the side of entertainment. Yep. I love the diversity of business models in this industry, just from a business perspective. We can do things in different ways to get things in people's hands. But really, it's about enabling creators that breadth of experience, and then letting players, everybody participate. Because when everyone plays, we all win.
Absolutely. Now, the other question I had to follow up, and I got to be honest with you, Lord Seth, like, I feel in the past, Xbox communication has at times been a little shaky. Just a little bit, so it just mixed in past generations, right? So I guess, however, I do feel in the Xbox Series era, there's been a tremendous improvement, right? So any specific things that you want to target with this new role as far as just kind of that changing that culture, just fostering that kind of level? Because again, I feel Series X it's been a different level of transparency, even with the level from the feature set and what's going on with gaming and stuff, the things that they're doing. Obviously we've had the legend, Jason Ronald on and, talking about the launch and things of that nature. So just as far as anything specifically you would hope to accomplish during your tenure.
Sure. Well, first of all, it's really a sign of, we need to be take seriously that people care, right? Yes, at least people are interested. Right. And look, we know as gamers that relationship between gamers and the company that makes the game can be difficult. Kind of like being a sports fan, right? When you're a fan of a team, you're probably the biggest critic of the owner.
Absolutely.
At times, but it just shows that you care, right? It's just a reflection of that passion.
Yeah.
So every day we need to appreciate that passion that the fans have. Look, I just got here 6-7 months ago, so I can't really speak to what came before.
Yeah.
But I think in general, as a team, we are incredibly appreciative of the community. And the players. That's where it starts, right?
Yeah.
It's not about us. It's not even really about the games. It's about the players.
Absolutely.
And having that respect for the players, learning to admit when you make a mistake.
Yeah.
Explain your thinking a bit. And being able to really have that relationship is just so important, especially in this business.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think that's huge. The level of personality that Microsoft seems to have, right? Each individual is, you can see them as a person and not just a figurehead here or a figurehead here, just giving out and issuing little pamphlets or whatever that they're issuing and what their talking points are. It's more of human.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, the word human reaches out to me when I think of Microsoft, because I've met these individuals, I've had conversations with these individuals, and very humble, very human.
Yes.
And they're very sincere when they say that the player is the centerpiece here.
Right.
And how can we reach the player and from there branch out? And it goes back to your organicness with the elf, right? You're back to that space, and you see that space and you see how it can grow into something. And I think you saw the elf again back when the job was available. You said, I can grow in this space and wonderful things can happen from this space. And that's what I see here.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, King. No, I mean, just to amplify what you just said, you're totally right on. And it'll sound a little bit corporate, I guess. But one of the things that I really picked up, right, when I was talking to Phil about this role and other folks, was that we're trying to create a workplace here where people can bring their whole selves to work.
Yes.
And be who you really are.
Preach.
And make use of all these crazy eclectic experiences that we all have. We're not just a list of bullet points on a resume, we're just actual real people. And one of the cool things about a enterprise with the breadth of Microsoft is that there's something for everyone, right? Like, no matter who you are, like, all the little quirks of my background, are finding expression in the work I do every day. And, we try to do that across the company, as far as I've been able to tell. So that personality you're picking up, King, is that we expect people to bring their personality to work. And we want that because we think having the broadest workforce of people allows us to create the best products. And, if our goal is to bring the joy and community of gaming to billions and billions of people, we need to have a workforce that, has a similar breadth of, life experience in order for that to be reflected.
Absolutely. So
to that point, Seth, when you talk about sort of the breadth of your experience and how that sort of informs the culture at Microsoft in general, what do you think you're going back to the boarding school stuff? What do you think your boarding school experience sort of added to that? Because especially as a person of color, because for me, it was very jarring at first, but it's an experience I love that I had because I would not have seen I wouldn't have had those experiences otherwise if I stayed in the city and just around people that looked like me, sounded like me, talked like me. I wouldn't have had those experiences and been able to sort of been open to different things. I wonder if your experience was similar. I know Andover is a bigger school than mine. Mine was, 500 students total. Perhaps 60 of us were people of color. And I know Andover was bigger and has more. Was it different for you in that regard, or did it also open your eyes to sort of like, hey, I want to be open to everything, especially coming from the family you came from, where a multiracial family, but with a sort of hippie mentality. Love is love, love is everything. Like, what I mean? So how did that sort of experience kind of inform who you are today?
Well, first of all, I've got a lot of respect for St. Paul's. I've got a lot of friends who went to St. Paul's. So, but yeah, no, you put your finger on something really important, Sav. In Woodstock, where I grew up, I was pretty much like the only Black kid in the town. There was like one Black girl, but I was pretty much the only Black boy in the town. But it's a pretty much, largely hippie town. Going away to boarding school, my roommate in 7th grade was from Dubai. My roommate in 8th grade was from Taiwan.
Wow.
My roommate in 9th grade was from a very exotic place called New Jersey.
Shout out to Jersey in the building.
But in all seriousness, right? I mean, like, for me, like one of the benefits of that boarding school experience was being exposed to people from all over the world at a young age.
Yes.
And one of the cool things was back then, because there was no internet or phones, you didn't really know what people's background was. Yes. Like, at public school, the rich kids are over there, the working class kids are over there. What kind of car do you drive to school? When you're all together as kids, you don't really know. Right. And the culture back then, at least, was like, the richer the kid, like the more they would like dress and like.
Right.
Oh yeah.
They weren't trying to dress up or trying to dress down. So we were all. It was pretty, pretty even. pretty egalitarian. And it was, a great time to, meet people from, much different backgrounds, just as people. And, my friends from high school are among my best friends in the world, today. That said, it requires a lot of discipline on the part of the kid because, you don't have your parent there telling you what to do all the time. And depending on the school, they will fail you out. So you've got a lot of that personal responsibility that some people don't get until college or ever. But look, and I have friends who didn't make it, right, in different ways. I have friends who fell by the wayside because it was a little too much freedom. But Sav, thanks for asking about that. And on the racial side, that's part of it. But I think also bringing it back to here, I think as gamers, there's different types of toxicity, but in general, I think we're incredible as a global community because we're all together, and you can see the humanity, and people from all kinds of different cultures and geographies. Because we're all into the same stuff.
Absolutely. As we're getting closer to round, I want to make sure Attic gets any questions he had for Seth in. Attic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to the communication that Cog was talking about earlier, one of the things that I think that because Microsoft's been very, transparent with a lot of things in the past, but I think especially at the Series X and the Series S, promotion going into it, first off, I think the way you guys, just in general, how you communicated with the Series S and X was on another level entirely. And I think it's the transparency. It's like, for the most part, you guys say exactly what your thought process is. And what I like is how Aaron Greenberg been here lately. Like when an event happens and then you see these wild expectations going on Twitter. He goes on Twitter,
by 5 companies, 5 studios, 5 devs go get bought.
Back up. We ain't doing that. I know, because you can tell the thing that I like about Microsoft the most is I can reach out and touch you guys.
Facts. Facts.
I don't get that with a lot of the other people in the gaming industry because when it comes to, Aaron Greenberg, he's like, look, I'm watching the pod. You don't see them, but I'm sure some of them have been in and out of the ILP chat. They're not typing because they want to be, they don't want people bothering them in the chat. But it's like we see the podcast, we see what your guys' expectations are, and it's like Aaron Greenberg, like he goes and he sees these crazy expectations, and back in the day, I felt like they wouldn't correct that shit. They would just let it hit a wall.
Right.
But now Aaron Green's was like, I'm not going to let this community
get ahead of it. Yeah.
Get ahead of what is not realistic. And I want to kind of tone it back down to realistic.
Set the proper expectation.
And I felt like and once again, Aaron Greenberg, like when it comes to stuff that maybe was said that shouldn't have been said with the gameplay a couple years ago, like he came out and was like, look, maybe we did have a little bit of a miscommunication in terms of what was gameplay and what was not gameplay, but we'll do better on that. And that's what I really appreciate, the transparency, because you just don't see that a lot, especially with multi-trillion-dollar companies. Like, for a lot of the time, it's a lot of PR speak. Like, I feel like there's a lot of human going on in terms of what goes on Twitter.
Absolutely.
Y'all don't miss a trick because because what you just said, Attic, is exactly right in terms of first of all, we're really conscious on the expectation setting. We want people to have a sense of the level of altitude of any given situation. But when you talk about Greenie or whoever else you see, a couple things I point out. Number one, we are like a part of the community. I mean, I watch ILP on Sundays.
Oh, love.
I won't speak for other people, but individually, but that's what we do. A lot of us, it's just this is what we do for fun, in addition to for work. But then you talk about sort of that autonomy, Addict. It really starts at the top. It starts with Phil. Phil's the gamer. And because of our organizational structure, that comes. We have that. We get that from him. And he encourages us, there's lots of rules and expectations, but in terms of being genuine in our style, it's because we come, it all comes from Phil to a certain extent.
Yeah, salute. I want to show King before I have my final question. King, you add anything you wanted to ask Seth before I get into my final question?
No. We hit on all the points. Okay. He was magnificent in a lot of aspects. I never thought we would get, text
this deep. Yeah, this is amazing.
And that's beautiful.
Sorry,
like,
for me, it's just listening to Seth's story, you kind of realize like he really had his hand on the arc of gaming.
Yes.
From a very early, and when you think about the things like the stories that he broke, like DSL and stuff, that's huge. That is so integral to who we are as gamers, and honestly, as a society, as a modern society with all these technological advances. To see where you were during different points of your career in life, you really did have sort of your hand on like in the mix of everything. It's such an interesting story.
Yeah. I've been very fortunate.
What I like about his history is, you know, we've interviewed a lot of people that have been in the industry, but they've been around other gamers. Like, you know, Seth said that he like, you have to constantly doing your pitch on why people should cover this, you have to do that a lot before you master that. And he did it to a point of talking to non-gamers on why gaming is relevant. And I think we haven't really come across people like that. You know, Ryan McCaffrey was doing stuff with other gamers, and you know, because they were covering the gaming industry, but he was in New York Times, where it's kind of like the Phil Spencer and Xbox at the interviews where they're like, oh, you know, you guys, you don't make no money. You're like, you know, where he's constantly, that division's constantly have to validate why we're here, why we're doing what we're doing.
Good point. We see Sachi's all in now. Oh yeah.
And then he's giving him a heads up when he was breaking a huge story that he knew was a huge story.
Yeah.
And listen, get your site traffic ready because this is about to go down.
Because in the building he's in, they don't even understand what's about to happen. And Seth is already seeing it. I'm sorry.
That's what, you know, I was getting to. It's like, it's one thing to be in something where everyone's in tune, everyone understands what's going on. It's another thing to be in a room full of people that neither A, don't understand what you're doing, they don't understand what you're writing about, or B, they don't respect gaming, so they don't care about it. And then you have to constantly validate why this needs to be written about, why this needs to be covered.
Absolutely.
I thought that would be how it would go, right? I thought, honestly, we would be talking about the struggle from the inside the New York Times. But what you did explain was all your editors were supportive.
Yeah, that's true.
They actually were backing your vision and what you brought across, and they trust in your integrity. Because I don't care what anybody say. When you pick up the New York Times, for the most part, in the Wall Street Journal, you're going into a paper where the integrity is key. Right. So you're not going to read an article. You're not going to read a piece where it's made up, no sources, no stuff like that. You're going to actually read a piece that was well researched, well thought out, and was brought through. So for these individuals to trust in your integrity to this part, and also know that you're going to finish that great job in this area and give you full support, it changed my whole conversation when it came to your time at the New York Times. And it turned from a struggle into actually a supportive situation that you went from that when they closed down this section. And when you said New York Styles, the Styles section, we fear Thursdays, right? So I'm on the distribution end, and when Thursdays come in and the Styles section is in there,
extra fat, it's like
we fear that. So I have to thank you for putting that fear in my soul, because I've been there for 20 years.
No doubt.
I think if I can say one more thing, and it's just the fact that it's funny coming from me, that, you know, the single player, selfish experience player, I do come, my multiplayer love comes from sitting on a couch with somebody or sitting at an arcade cabinet with somebody playing. You know, when it went online, I lost a little bit of that. Fine. Right. But at the end of the day, for Seth to see that at the very beginning of his gaming experiences and see the importance of that, and it speaks to, you know, us as mostly older gamers, the core of video games, the things that really make them exciting and fun to play, the core of those experiences haven't changed even today, right? What makes a game great, things that make a game great. And from the very beginning, Seth saw that stuff, like the interaction with other people, the gameplay. The thing is that the core of gaming has not changed. It hasn't. And to be able to see that at such a young age, and to be able to take those teachings and learnings from that and still apply it today and have it matter in the way that it does is kind of bonkers. So to all of you guys that look at us like, oh, that old stuff, whatever, the old stuff matters.
It mattered. Exactly. All
matters.
It got it to where it is today. And that's why
today.
these conversations are important. It is
Super
extremely
important.
I just want to finish. I know we're right at the edge of the time. We got to get him out of here. But the one thing I do respect respect about you is that, in regards to your new role and some comments you made about communication, because your new role is this communication, right? And you said, in regards to explaining complex situations, subjects in accessible terms, you state, and I quote, "Of course, this isn't merely about understanding the subject itself. Effective communication requires deep empathy for the listener where they're coming from and the mental journey you're leading them on. That power can be used to educate, motivate, or manipulate. So tell the realm, final question, why the level of empathy and communication is so important to you in this role."
Well, as we pointed out here, it's really about reaching not only the hardcore gamers, right? And I'm one of us, but it's also speaking to that broader audience, right?
Yes.
And how do we take what's great about gaming that we all know and express it in a way that the whole world can participate, in a way that people can buy in, and that's what we're really trying to do here. Is extend that joy and community that we all know about to a broader audience, and we'll keep doing our best. And engaging with the community closely is a huge part of that. And when we screw up, you let us know.
Oh yeah,
I know that.
The realm will talk about.
I know
us. I'm telling you what you want to hear, what you need to hear.
Need to hear it. But it's all about staying humble and recognizing that the community is really where it all starts, and that's what we're trying to do.
Much love, a tremendous journey, incredible passion. I mean, the illustrious. King is gonna use that damn box. I knew it. Brother, Lord Seth, it was absolute pleasure to hear your journey, your story, and we just look forward to the future. The future's bright. I think they've made a tremendous decision with you in this role. I think it's a great choice. And the final thing that before we got to get you out of here, there's something that a tradition here in the realm. We cannot let you leave unless Lord Seth gives us his top 5 video games or franchises of all time. Whew. Yeah, let's get it.
All right. And I haven't made this up before. I think one of them though is, I think there's some meme on the show. And look, there's one video game that will be played pretty much untouched 500 years from now on whatever planet we're on, and that's Tetris.
Addicts.
Tetris addict. I know the moment he was talking about that, I was like, this man about to say Tetris, man.
The perfect video game.
Yes.
I had to hit you with the Tetris. I think you got to give. I think you got to give World of Warcraft and the Warcraft franchise some credit there.
First time, let's go.
For me, I got to put Grand Theft Auto franchise in there. Mario has to be there, of course, just as a franchise. And I guess for me, I'll just give a shout out. I mean, what I can have long thought is pretty much the most interesting game around is EVE Online to me, because it's a sandbox of human experience in a way that other games don't. So I guess that would be my 5 off the top of my head. I'm forgetting somebody.
We know you're a
we
PC.
already know what the answers are.
We know you're a PC guy. With the
Halo, by the way, I didn't say Halo.
Oh yes, you can say Halo. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. As far as PC is your backbone, but as far as console. Favorite console of all time, any generation?
360.
Woo! That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I still have all kinds of 360 going on. 100%.
Oh my God! Tremendous history, tremendous journey, and absolute pleasure. The legendary Seth Schiesel, an absolute pleasure. Director of Executive Communications at Xbox. An absolute pleasure. Where can people find you? What you got going on while we let you out?
Just Seth Schiesel on Twitter, I guess. I'm not I don't tweet a lot, but yeah, you can find me. If you can spell the name, you can find me.
Hey, so if you're in the chat,
he did it.
His Twitter.
He got the Twitter out there. Right. Absolute presence, brother. So if you want to give Lord Seth his salutations on the way out.
Yeah, Seth. I gotta just say, go red. But yeah, Seth, absolute pleasure talking to you. I knew, it's funny, I didn't know that connection until after our meeting yesterday. I said, there's something about, there's a polish to Seth that reminds me of myself.
Oh my God. You see what we deal with, Seth?
And I went to LinkedIn. I was like, there you go.
A level of polish over these unrefined lords.
We're a special breed. We're a special breed.
Bougie
Honestly,
stuff. I love it.
But I tell you, man,
stuff,
yeah, absolutely. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on your story. And again, until I heard you telling your story, you don't realize how ingrained into the history of gaming your career has been just from the very beginning.
Absolutely.
It's so interesting and so glad to have you in the position that you're in, because like we were saying, like Microsoft seems to be at the forefront of wanting to have that connection with their fans and with their community in a way that the other two of the big three don't necessarily seem to find as important in this way. And to have someone like you at the forefront of that, at the head of that is amazing. So again, thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. Now go have some breakfast.
Thanks all of you. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to watching the rest of the show.
No, I appreciate it. Wait, hold on.
Addict
King, just shout outs.
I just want to affectionately call you the Watcher.
The watch.
Because you have literally, like you said, when you did the journalistic journey, when you went there for the first time, you were there at the cusp of the 360 and that Xbox Live boom, right? You were there in the beginning. You said .com. You see, a lot of people was missing gems that were hitting, and you were there. You were covering stuff. You said stuff like Monica Lewinsky. A lot of people that went over a lot of people's heads, right?
It definitely went over my head.
Yeah, but he's trying to get his front page. He had something that was front page worthy.
Yeah,
but something knocked it out. You understand? So it's different struggles here and there. I just actually love the humbleness. I love your arc. You're seeing your view of the world all the way through to this space. And I don't think only you can occupy the space that you're in now, because you were uniquely qualified at every step of the way here. Like you said, you had different opportunities to do this or to do that, but this opportunity spoke more to you because you wanted to be part of a great team going forward. And I do appreciate that, because trust me, I really care about the Microsoft brand as a consumer, and to know that it's people that care about it and want to see it go in a great direction, that as a consumer, that makes me feel happy and a little bit more safer with my purchases.
No doubt.
But thank you,
Thank you, Lord Seth. Enjoy your Sunday. An absolute pleasure. The legendary Lord Seth Schiesel. Enjoy your day.
Definitely appreciate you coming on, Seth. I definitely appreciate it.
Have a good one, brother.
Cheers.
Good talk to you. Peace.
Thanks, Seth.
No doubt. So you want to get the chats while we or you want me to do the poll while I do the fine?
Yeah, I'm fine, because it wasn't too many.
Okay.
We got shout out to B. Lou.
Below.
Member for a month. I think it came up like he joined the realm, but it says member for a month. So it's the Lord's Day. Shout out to the Lords. I'm super proud of y'all fellas, and you have a supporter in me. Keep killing it. And with time, and with time is the show now. What time is the show now? Yeah. So just a reminder: 11 a.m. during football season.
I don't know what's going on with my camera.
Just a heads up. Phil Spencer says he's in the chat. I don't know who that is, but if it truly is Phil, thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil. We much appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know if it is truly him, but he says keep up the great work, guys. Love this podcast and it's amazing. And if it is him, thank you, sir. It is greatly appreciated. And if not,
see you soon. See you soon.
Hopefully, see you soon. We'd love to have you in the realm as well. We'll continue.
Then we got Native with the $5 super chat. Nothing but love to the crew that's been grinding and improving every aspect of their lives. You are all incredibly inspirational. Happy to see you. Likewise, my brother.
Kiss Wolf said that's not him. Non-Live says a fake Phil. Salute y'all for holding it. But I just wanted to be respectful if there was a chance.
at least fake Phil was respectful.
At least fake Phil was respectful. Shout out to fake Phil.
I think that's the reason that. I think that's the reason, like, Cog even acknowledged it, because he wasn't saying some, like, off the wall.
Yeah, because normally the fake Phils come in and they be wilding out.
What if it's real Phil with a fake Phil account?
Hey, listen, I'm done.
Then we have SOGV with the $10 super chat. Finally, after tuning in since episode 188, I can't believe I made it to the realm on a live showing. I'll take my shoes off. I hope King doesn't mind if I set them next to the knee collection.
Oh, you can put it right there next to me.
You can put it by the door, man.
I don't
Put it by the door.
I gotta start taking feet.
I'm
And
done.
shout out to the homie Hargit Shani with the $20 super chat. The gaming world is dominated by Western and Japanese devs. What other regions would you want to see games from? Seems like lots of world's history and culture is missing from gaming. Seth's answers to this would have been awesome. We could. There's something we could definitely ask Seth in a later interview. But then we have Cowboys fan.
Games. I want those Korean games.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Cowboys fan 404, $10 super chat. When will Seth be cast to play Obama in his biopic?
Yes, savage. Yes, savage.
Yes, we got Obama. We got
the
Tiger
Tiger.
Woods.
They lose.
I would have went with Tiger Woods.
Yeah, for sure.
No doubt. What else we got?
I think we're good. We're caught
cool.
up. Hold
No
on a
doubt.
second.
Good to go?
Yep.
All right. Look, last week
All
poll results are in. The people have spoken. With the recent interview and statements by Jim Ryan, wanted to reach hundreds of millions to enjoy PlayStation games. How do you anticipate Sony accomplishing this? The winner of the poll at 56% of the vote was first-party PlayStation games on PC, cloud, and mobile group. Coming in at second at 32% of the vote was the Messy Lords. I don't care. You better have that same energy when I'm playing PS5 on a toaster. And in last place at only 10% of the vote was first-party PlayStation games, day and date. Sorry, King. I know that was your choice. But shout out to all the Lords who participated in the...
Mine was the other one.
Oh, I thought you... Okay. I thought you wanted day and
Mine
date
was
for
the
them.
one that won.
No, you won day and date, sir. I remember you was going hard.
They're going to do it anyway. I don't care.
Anyway, Lord, soft thoughts, sir.
Listen, listen, Jim has been known to have to, run back some statements that he's made.
Run back some
I mean,
statements.
at this point, if you still think that they're not doing the PC thing, you're just in denial and you don't want to accept it.
And like King said, it's just a matter of time when the distance between the PlayStation console release and the PC release just keeps shrinking and shrinking. It's just gonna keep shrinking.
Distance.
Like right now, I think you might see a year. Then eventually you're going to see 6 months, and then go on forth. After that, you'll see 3 months, and then I would say within a few years, it's going to be day and date. I really do.
I think honestly, Jim is worldwide Jim.
Worldwide
Jim. He's not Jim Dance Moves anymore. He's worldwide Jim. Worldwide Jim. He don't care what you say. He gonna rip the Band-Aid off. You gonna get this now. We gonna get this work right now. Because Jim need a yacht. So Jim don't care.
I'm gonna tell you this. You're right about that. He's gotten burned a couple of times by saying things that he knew in the back of his mind. He already knew were not quote unquote true.
Right.
So it would behoove them just to be as honest as possible.
He's being more transparent by the day.
And look, all the better for it. All the better for it. Listen, guys, you're gonna get bigger and better games because of this. They're gonna be everywhere. Trust me.
He don't care to explain himself. Worldwide Jim don't got to explain himself to nobody. Worldwide Jim is the most successful. He understands how to make this money, son. Worldwide Jim is gonna put it everywhere. And listen. It doesn't stop you from playing PlayStation.
For sure.
No, if it's day and day, it don't matter if you can get it down the block. Go, so what? You got to relax.
I don't think people realize like how that corporate stuff works. Like he's been in there enough time. He was there a long time before he even got that position. They didn't just promote some random dude. Like they promoted someone that was doing good things in the company as it was.
When the father of PlayStation call you in the room and say, fix your ineffective business, that it's make it or break it. Most people don't survive that. So you did that.
Then you can look at it from the standpoint that's going on right now, that it's like, look, like he's been there for a minute. If he wasn't bringing in results, he'd have been gone by now.
Facts.
Like,
facts.
Like the fact that, keep in mind, this, I don't know if it was him, but Clip, when he took over, things started changing and shifting a different way. So I'm assuming he did have a lot of influence on putting their stuff to PC.
Right.
And to me, imagine explaining to Sony that you need stuff on PC. Like there has to be a huge return at the end of that tunnel for them to continue to keep doing it.
Because the thing about, if you think about what Sean Layden, why one of the reasons Sean Layden is not there anymore is like when his thinking was, okay, in order to maintain the Sony way of doing things, our AAA games have to be smaller. And that's not Jim Ryan's thinking. It's like they have to be bigger, as big as they've always been, or bigger.
Yeah, he's about the blockbusters.
We just have to be willing to put it someplace else. Right. And that's where they differed. And that's where, when you start looking at the bottom line, as well as Sony's first party games have done just on their platforms, you put those things everywhere. And then this is where we start to think about when and why they're going to start putting them closer to day and date. I don't care what game it is. Games have a zeitgeist moment where everyone is talking about them. And it is in your best interest to have it in as many hands as possible, right? If you look at a game like Cyberpunk, right? Cyberpunk, when that game is fully patched, next gen patch, whatever, ready to go on console, when it actually comes out, right, for me, it's just not gonna be. It's not gonna be.
Oh,
what it could have been.
This guy.
The fact that, man, it's an issue. He got that.
It's not going to be what it could have been no matter what. It's never going to have that moment again. It will never have it again. And then we have King now.
It is lit. I'm not going to be too crazy with it, but you know, when you get that shirt, you got to put that.
Moving on. We got to get the topics going. But
let's get two little chats real quick. We got a Dragonheart Yobi member for 4 months. Lord Gold.
Brother.
We have hashtag peace, love, life to the Lords. Happy 10K, gents. Been doing my homework lately. I'm on episode 12. Wow.
Oh, wow. You taking it back to the essence.
Wow.
I appreciate you don't do that.
Yeah, man.
Let them go. They're going to see the journey. Let them see the journey.
Man, look, man, go back like 30 episodes. You don't got to go back 200.
Yo, good. What else you got, though?
Then we got thanks for the great content. King with the hat to the side needs his own segment. Prayers to Sinister hashtag ILP. Thank you, sir.
Much love. Caught up.
Now we got Splendiferous. $5 super chat. Yardy Jim Ryan gonna get mad. Y'all keep bringing all these Xbox people on the show. He ready for his interview and he not playing games. Yeah, Yardy Jim Ryan.
Worldwide Jim can show up.
Worldwide. Amen.
Yeah, shout out Jamaican Jim Ryan. Salute him. Anyway.
Bill got a boat? What?
Look, we got. Oh, we still
Flame. We got Flame. Yeah, one more jumped in. Flame, $5 super chat. Oh no, King has a soundboard now. I'm sure he'll be completely responsible with it.
Sure.
Show, fellas.
Let me tell you something. I got some other stuff here too.
Oh yeah, it's crazy what he got lined up. But anyway, let's go. So look, Avowed details have leaked. Shout out to the amazing Jez Gordon, Windows Central, Xbox 2, with him and some other guy do a podcast. What's that other guy name? No, we shout out.
There's another person on that podcast.
Yeah, I thought it was Jez's podcast. When you look at the articles of Windows Central, it says Jez's. Yo, Rando, I'm playing. Shout out to Rand out there, the man with the million, the homie. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was out there. A lot of leaks, a lot of information, and also kind of shout out to the even though it was a leak, shout out to the Queen Sarah Bond for mistakenly retweeting it and then retracting the retweet. She was like, oh yeah, this probably wasn't supposed to be out just yet, but that's how good Jez's article was. But,
I'm kind of curious if that. I'm kind of curious if that was like she realized that she made a mistake, or like PR's like, yo,
yes, I think so. Yeah, because the impulse was to tweet and then the pullback. So I'm like, yeah, somebody probably got a hold of it. But look, let's just get a couple of details from this big article on Avowed. It's Jez wrote, the Outer Worlds fans already have plenty of reasons to be excited about Obsidian's upcoming slate, given that Outer Worlds 2 has been confirmed. Avowed seems to be based on a similar, albeit enhanced engine from Outer Worlds, complete with action-oriented first-person combat and deep RPG exploration and narrative systems. He said he told Avowed will feature multiple class playstyles, borrowed from Skyrim's two-handed combat systems. You could wield two daggers and be a stealthy rogue, dive into archery with a two-handed bow. You can use a combination of sword and magic, or go full two-handed magic, which is required to wield some of the game's most potent spells and abilities. So it's going to be in that Pillar of Eternity's world. Wizard spell, they talk about two-handed spells that you could do the fireball, the Conjuring complex looking hand gestures, decimate enemies with magma and fire. He's seen status effect spells, all type of stuff. Weapon enhancement. It does sound very impressive. So based on the leaks, let's get it over to you, Lord Addict. This is our bag. We kind of like these type of games. You know, where you at with these leaks, man? How excited are you about it?
I'm excited for it. Now, he didn't mention that the Outer Worlds will be on the same engine. I'm pretty sure it's Unreal Engine 4. So I'm hoping that maybe I don't know, Avowed's been such in development. That's probably going to be on 4. I'm not saying that the engine's an issue, because it's not. I'm just saying that, you know, I would prefer something like the Unreal Engine 5 or something like that. But I do understand that this is really far in development. Even though that they said pre-development, I don't think people understand what that term means.
He actually made a correction to it, though. He was kind of saying it's not. He actually said he made a mistake in the article, not as, what was the word? Was it pre-production or whatever? That it may be out of that until the alpha. Because on Xbox 2 just recently last night, he actually said he wished he didn't say that. So the vibe, again, this is just speculation according to him and according to Grub, is maybe late 2023 is what we hear. So that's the updated. Yeah.
I do think this game is going to come out in 2023. I don't think people realize, like, fully have a concept of how much the pandemic has pushed the whole industry back. Yeah. Like, I think people feel like there's only a couple studios that got hit. No, there wasn't. Like, I'm willing to bet you your average game in the industry got pushed back at least 6 months. So, and that's at least. Like, look, Avowed, I do, you know, he kind of hinted on there that, you know, he doesn't know if it's going to be hub world or you know, open world. Now, he did say there's some job listings suggest it's open world, so I'm assume it's hub or open. Now, they did do Obsidian, which is hub world. Like, I would prefer hub world, because I feel like you can actually build a good narrative with hub world, but I wouldn't care if they did an open world either. I know I understand people feel like everything has to be open world in terms of that type of style. But, like, look, at the end of the day, let's be real here. You take the whole map of Skyrim, sure, you could travel to other areas, but once you may come across that area one time, your ass is fast traveling. We ain't gonna act like you walk there every day. And that you know, that's why I feel like hub world's fine. Like, narrative, I feel like is important. Now, if they do go hub world and they're able to really navigate on you know, character development on your companions, character development on the actual places, because when it's hub world, you can actually have a lot more in terms of development on you know, terms of the game at a point of the game. And because when it's open world, it's a lot harder to do stuff like that. But when it's hub world, you can have giant wars and stuff going on, and where, you know, certain parts of the maps destroyed because you have that certain aspect, like Megaton in Fallout 3. Because you walked into that place, that's when you saw that giant thing get destroyed. So, you know, I don't really care what they do, because I have a lot of faith in Obsidian in general. And I think that, you know, they're going to be able to do anything they want in any type of realm. I would prefer hub world, but I understand why they would do it in open world if they did want to. I like the hand gestures. Because clearly a lot of people don't know. Well, there's a lot of people, but for the people who don't know, Avowed has taken place in the Pillars of Eternity world. And I recommend all of you go to YouTube and look up the lore of Pillars of Eternity, because that stuff is in detail, just as in detail to something like Skyrim. They got fake gods. Like, it's crazy how that game interacts. I love how they're, you know, really capitalizing. They're making the Pillars of Eternity universe, and they're bringing it to life. Where, you know, because I was looking at the opening trailer. Apparently, a lot of people in that community, the Pillars of Eternity community, think that this is going to be a prequel to the Pillars of Eternity franchise, because a lot of people don't know this. Pillars of Eternity is pretty much a god's been dethroned, and you're helping. You're neither hurting or helping that god, and a lot of people think that because the god's already been dethroned by Pillars of Eternity 1. People think that this is during that time you might be the antagonist that actually dethrones that god. So, you know, that's what people think. Look, at the end of the day, Avowed, I think, will come out there and hit. I really do.
Yeah.
I think the Outer Worlds 2 is going to come out there and hit. I think if you want to compare any studio that Sony has to any studio that Microsoft has, in terms of consistency, I think this is their Insomniac.
Yo, it's like you read my internal notes. That was good when it was my bird. Yo, that's crazy. I was about to say that. That's so crazy you said that.
It's their Insomniac. Now look, I don't know exactly what in terms of quality. Clearly, we saw Outer Worlds 2. Yeah, that was a great game, highly reviewed, sold well, and that was on a budget. And I'm not saying they don't have like an unlimited budget, but I'm saying Obsidian has enough clout in Microsoft and has enough clout that they went out and bought Microsoft that I can almost guarantee you this studio is heavily funded. Yeah. So it's nice to see that we see the Ninja Theories. He even said on there that he's hearing a lot of good stuff about Hellblade 3 too. So it's nice to see these studios getting what they're getting. He did bring up that, there is a lot of aspects in terms of the element weapons. And, that's the biggest thing I want in Avowed. I want to be able to play the way I want to play. And I want magic being accessible and being a play style itself. Like, I don't like games that have different play styles, but when it comes to the magic, you really have to be just straight up mage to have an effective use of magic. Like I like what he brought up, ice arrows. That means you can be a ranged character and you can have magic to enhance that ranged play style. And that's what I like. I like stuff like that. And I'm really enjoying the fact that they're really enhancing that gameplay. It's like, look, I love the fact that Microsoft owns Bethesda Software Studios and Obsidian, because you're going to low-key see competition going on between
within the joint. So
you're going to see probably Avowed in 2023, and then you're going to see Elder Scrolls 6 in probably 2020 at the end of 2024 at the end of 2025. So I like that they're constantly going to be pushing each other forward, because you see that with in Sony. You see them constantly competing with each other. Yo, you got God of War. Here's Last of Us 2. What that Ragnarok looking like? And I like that inner studio competition that's going to push the entire franchise forward. Someone did bring up Exile as well. Our guest Seth brought up Interpol. No, not Interpol. Interplay. Yes. A lot of you in the chat, I don't know if you know, but
international
that is, a lot of the people don't know, but that studio, when they separated, created Obsidian, created Avowed, Exile Entertainment. And what's crazy is Microsoft has the pieces to Thanos' gauntlets in their studio.
Western RPG on
There's a whole meme with Phil going around throwing them in there.
Yeah, do it, enjoy. Let's get solving. So, man, what you feeling? Obviously, Jazz Articles got everybody bubbling. How we feeling about Avowed?
I'm super excited about Avowed, and specifically to the last point that Attic made, going back to what Seth was talking about with Interplay. When you talk about those Interplay games, you talk about Planescape Torment, you talk about Baldur's Gate, you talk about Icewind Dale, all of that stuff that has roots in Dungeons and Dragons. So Baldur's Gate is interesting because when that game came out, people were like, nah, I don't think they're going to be able to do what Dungeons and Dragons does in a game. Right. And they did. They did it in a way that, when you're faced with any situation in that game, there's 100 different ways you can tackle it. And there's a level of detail and manipulation there that a lot of RPGs just don't have, right? And Bethesda sort of started going with that route with Oblivion and with Morrowind and stuff like that, but still not to that degree. So when you tell me you're making a game that looks like Skyrim and Oblivion and has those sort of sensibilities, but at the same time, your roots are Pillars of Eternity, which is the spiritual successor to things like Baldur's Gate, it's super exciting to me, because at that point now, I'm looking at a first-person RPG that has all of those small little details that you can manipulate in those old games, the way no games have done to date. That's why you see people who are really big into those games so excited for Baldur's Gate 3, because no other game has really done that. That is the immersive sim of RPG.
You know who goes hard for that? Shout out! I got a shout out to our assistant editor. Nick goes hard for that game for that reason. Continue.
It is so. For me, when you look at the Outer Worlds is that perfect sort of mixture of Fallout with brighter colors and things like that. The things that people would have wanted from Fallout. And I think Avowed is the same thing, where Avowed feels like it's gonna give you all of those things that you kind of expect from a Skyrim. And I don't think it's gonna be as dark as it is as that.
Yeah, he's kind of he said that, yeah.
I just want to point out that it's very important that Obsidian makes their versions of these games, of the Skyrims, of the Elder Scrolls. I mean, it's the same thing, but the Fallouts. But what I like what they, because originally when I saw Obsidian's Outer Worlds, first thing I thought is, man, they're just making another Fallout, and that's disappointing. But when you play the Outer Worlds, you realize this is not a Fallout game.
It's not
something unique. It's not the same thing.
It looks like it, but it not at all. And I think Avowed is going to be that. I think, despite how that initial trailer looked, like it was very dark, and I think overall it's going to have a lighter tone. Because if you look at Pillars of Eternity, the tone for certain things is lighter. They are deep and interesting and sort of heavy stories in there, but the overall tone isn't as bleak as something. So to me, it's going to be a mixture of all that. But what excites me most is the possibility of getting that type of gameplay in this type of a looking game, right?
Yes.
Because a Baldur's Gate, you go back to it now, unless you love that, you're gonna look at it and it's the same. It's the same thing about that third person over the shoulder. When you see that, it's exciting because it's pretty, it's graphically appealing.
Right.
You need to give me, if you give me that gameplay in a package that's widely appealing, it's gonna hit. I think Avowed is gonna hit. If they hit all those notes and they get it right, I'm very excited for Avowed. Super excited.
Lord King, where you at, man, with these leaks? Avowed, how you feeling?
2023, who the hell cares?
Who the hell cares?
I can't wait for them to wave your fingers and you're able to slice and dice. And I got a whole year of other stuff, but you stop talking about stuff that might come out later.
Yeah, let's just not talk.
Let's just not talk about it. Let's just not talk about Attic. Let's stop.
Yeah.
How dare us be excited about something they make? How dare us?
Yeah, how dare you
get
be
excited about
something
Wolverine in 2025?
And you know what? I'm not. like I keep that same energy. Like, and he's right here. Wolverine is right here. You know what? Who's not worrying about a Wolverine game that gave you CGI? I don't care.
But I tell you this, I'm tired of talking about Forza. I'm tired of talking about Halo.
Let me address King real quick. Let me address King.
Exactly.
King, guess what though? At the end of the day, are you on a podcast or you not on a podcast?
Check it out.
I'd rather we stay silent.
Explain to me.
Don't talk about that.
When Attic is an Attic world and only Attic cares about, we have a whole meme about you just caring about your stuff.
Hold on. Explain to me how we can talk about sports and combat.
You know why this
nothing to do with gaming.
Yo, but you know what? Don't talk about Attic. Don't talk about the future champion and nothing like that, because we're not supposed to talk about what's going on.
You know why this is actually putting a crux in his claw? Because he cares about this game so much.
Yep.
Like, he really do. Like, this is it. He's like, it's gonna be crazy. It's Obsidian. It's nuts. It's Avowed. It's crazy. It's good. And I'm like, See you when I see you, buddy.
Yeah, y'all both do that to each other. It's absolutely
hilarious.
hilarious.
You know what it is, though? Let's get to the part where they're actually showing some gameplay.
They showed the gameplay. He saw it. That's the leak.
I saw that little clip. I saw that.
No, that ain't it. See, sir, you didn't do your research, sir. No, sir.
Listen, you know why?
And King's.
You know why I didn't do the research.
You know why?
We shouldn't have E3 because they say
why I'm unprepared.
He is so upset that I actually sit here and play the games that come out, and I'm
feel that.
I'm swamped with all this Game Pass stuff. I'm swamped with jumping in and playing all these games. I don't care about a game that ain't coming out.
I feel that. You dealing with the here and now. We understand.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm in present. I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. So if the world blow up the ball, Avowed never came out. But guess what I was playing? I was playing Humberdo.
This guy is something else, man.
I actually no. Okay, it's coming from a studio that I do like.
Okay,
I do like their past work. And the stuff sounds promising. Right. You know, in all seriousness, the stuff sounds promising. Do I want something like a Skyrim? Do I want something like a King's Fall? Do I want something that's expansive? I don't want a hub world, actually. I want you to be able to walk around the world, you know, in the free roaming aspect of the world. So I don't want anything that's like controlled, because anytime you have like a hub situation, it feels like you're controlled. Like you have to keep coming back to this place. I want you to be freedom. I thought that what made Skyrim fantastic and great that it was an open situation, and you go to different towns and you can go into those different towns and different stuff happen organically from that aspect. Whereas if Addict plays it, he can play it in a different way that I would play it. Yeah, the story is structured in the manner that we will get to those same paths together, but he can do something totally different. So that's what I'm looking for. I don't want a hub world, not at all.
Well, look, this is a good one, man. Shout out to, again, Jazz. The description was crazy. You know, the fact that he's seen gameplay. Shout out to Red. I guess Red saw it as well. You know, whatever this thing where they saw all the stuff, pretty much the blueprint from Microsoft moving forward with all these studios that they saw. But yeah, with this joint, I gotta be with my man Addict on. I'm stupid hype, man. Like it's the Pillars of Eternity world. It's their take. You know, I like that Obsidian. They were in their bag. You know, pre-acquisition and stuff like that. And I'm different from you, King. And in the sense I do like hub world over. I'm tired of hub world. I'm gonna be real. I'm tired of hub world. I'm tired of 100 icons on the screen. I'm tired of the fake illusion. Oh, go
That's
in the
what
corner.
I'm saying,
I'm
like,
so
look,
sick of that.
I-
Like, there's so many games that do that. Like, it's like if you want to do that, do Far Cry, do Red Dead, do all that. I want the
I
contained story, like how Outer Worlds is, where I can. There's more choices affected. I feel like in them games
Outer
where, it's,
Worlds too.
huh? I played. No, I know. I'm not saying you did.
Yeah, I know,
no,
I
I
know
know, and
you
you
do,
like
though.
Outer
That's
Worlds. No, I know you do.
No,
I know you do.
I said play Outer Worlds too.
No, I played it. I finished it.
One of the things I know, I like the fact that a hub world sort of condenses things and makes it easier to sort of parse out, instead of, like you said, like sometimes you see all those icons on screen and it gets intimidating and you don't want to do anything.
Yeah, I don't want to do none of that.
Right. So the thing about it is, one of the
I don't
things
want that though.
Yeah, one
That's
of the
the
things that
one.
I hope for, right? One of the things that I hope for going into this generation was, okay, what if we don't necessarily have super expansive open worlds?
Right. That's what I'm
But they're more condensed and denser, right?
If
like,
it is, yes.
right.
If it is, I just don't want this fake. You can play 100 hours.
Right, I
You
don't
can
want that.
this fake filler to just
Yes.
extend it. Tell me a better story in a tighter space.
I want it to feel like Skyrim.
Okay, I mean, but to
You know,
me, I got Skyrim for that. Like, to me, Skyrim is in the same house.
It's
So why I
over,
want
that's
two of this?
done. I want
But
the new Skyrim.
yeah,
I
but
want
but
the
they
new-
gonna make the new Skyrim with Bethesda.
Yeah.
We gonna get, so I'm gonna have two
Yeah.
Skyrims.
See, I think the modern RPG that sort of exemplifies that, and it's crazy because it's still a humongous RPG, is The Witcher 3, because The Witcher 3, it's a huge game,
combat though.
but yeah, okay, forget about the combat. That game's the worst ever.
We going in on that comment.
I just
But,
can't
yeah,
keep
the
up.
combat is fine.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Flipping around, missing
but
action.
every side story there matters. Some of them even
Of
double
course,
back
of
onto the
course.
main story in a way that,
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about with filler. It's just like, go fetch this, go get this, go get that, and it gets tired. It gets
Yeah,
tired.
I'm just tired.
100%.
It's too many of them games. That they are, Elder Scrolls is in the building. We know it's coming.
Yeah.
Bethesda's here. Let this be what it's going to be. These
No,
are
I want to see what it turns into.
Yeah, of course.
What it organically turns itself into, because I know they're going to separate themselves
Right.
pretty much from everything that's there, being that this is the game that everybody's leaning heavily on it. You know,
Right.
to be honest with you,
Yeah.
like I hear the conversation, I hear Addict leaning heavily into it, I hear Jez leaning heavily into it. Everybody's excited about this game, and they lean heavily into it.
Look, and if it is, I'm still gonna play it. You know what I'm saying? I'm still gonna rock it. It's Obsidian at the end of the day. But the thing, like I said, the different archetypes, I like all that. Sword and shield. You know,
Yeah.
two-handed magic, one-handed magic. You know what I'm saying?
I
Two-handed
want to have
sword.
fire in one hand and
You know
ice
what
in the
I'm-
other.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like those are the tropes that, you know what I'm saying, that I really love. And then he said swimming is in the game. So unlike, remember, Outer World wasn't doing none of that. And to your point with Solve, what I like is you got your dark areas, you got your dungeon, but then the thing that they're doing is that very color palette where you got the bright areas, the flush, the flora, all that other stuff. But yo, we're gonna have to put. I'm with Addict, man. We're gonna have to put respect on Obsidian name. Like, they my #1 draft pick, bro. Like, look already. You got Avowed. They're making Outer Worlds 2. We still didn't even talk about what Josh Sawyer's game is. Remember, Josh Sawyer got a game with Obsidian in tuck. And you know I had to bend the knee already to ground it. I'm already playing. I'm in the new Insider beta joint. I ain't going front, King. The things they've changed and how the engine look now.
clown that game.
I clowned
so
the hell out of that
hard,
game.
man.
I clowned. I was so mad when I heard it, and then I was
Man,
like,
they
"Damn,
so-
it's kind of fun." Like I get it.
Yeah,
I
it
get
was
it.
fun.
I get it. So salute to them. Now here's the thing: Jez dropped the bombshell yesterday. So did y'all know if y'all heard this? He was like, Obsidian plans to release a game for Xbox every year for the next 7 years.
Let's go.
Bro, that's crazy. You know how in tuck you are with your development? Like they was already correct. So I'm with Addict. That's that's Insomniac level.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you
it
doing
is.
a game every year for the next 7 years, bro. Go ahead, Addict. Go ahead.
I love that they're doing that, but I do want them to cool down a little bit on that kind of talk. Like I don't mind. No, it's just like my concern is if you keep spreading yourself thin, the games are like, I'm not going to say the quality is going to drop, but if you in order to do that, you have to have a bunch of teams in the studio.
They
And
do.
like, I've always
They
been
do.
the
They're
kind of
big.
I've always been that kind of person that I'm like two teams, man. Like because it's just like when you keep splitting up like 150 people,
they proven they could do it. They just gave you Outer Worlds.
Yeah,
right?
if
I
they
get that,
if
but
they hit, they could do whatever. I don't care if they hit.
Well,
like,
see, if they hit, it's fine. It's just me and
Being
myself.
nervous.
I'm just concerned if you keep splitting the teams up over and
But
over
the team-
again.
it's not
and they're
about-
working on newer stuff.
They're not
like
splitting
like,
the team saying, hey, they've already got the team split and they hiring more people. This is
Well, I
not
mean,
them
they-
compromising what they're doing to say, hey, break this up in the section
This
so we
could
can
be part
pump
of
up.
their whole new.
Well,
This
Josh
is part of their
Sawyer-
joint. Yeah.
Josh
Like-
Sawyer just said that his team is like 15, 20 people.
Yeah, it's a smaller team.
So,
like Grounded is a
like-
smaller team.
I guess my concern is just like I'm just nervous on you know continuously like that like getting another Bleeding Edge. I love that game, but it's
Right.
just like
That's
you know
stingy,
the
that's stingy theory. Don't
what-
put that. Don't put that.
but no,
don't put that
but-
stink.
but,
on
like
us.
Grounded
That's-
is not my
that's,
game. Like,
that's ninja
to me,
theory,
it's just-
sir. That's those guys.
To me, it's just like you know, if you split up the studio
I'm
and
just
keep
joking,
making
bitch.
more and more teams, I'm just worried that you know
They're
the
not
quality of
splitting
the
up
games
the
are starting.
studio.
up
Stop.
now,
We got to
buddy.
stop
no,
saying that.
I just think maybe I just think the expectation we need to have is that amongst those are going to be smaller experiences. There's going to be another grounded size experience,
You
right?
know what I think? I think they got this little wave, right? And I think they just build the frame of the house and pass it on to the next dude to finish it up, and then come in and check stuff out. I think they on some old what is the quadruple A studio
Initiative.
the initiative, like how the
But Obsidian
initiative
is
rolled out
big, bro. They're not.
no. Listen
yeah.
what I'm saying. Like they have their teams.
Huge.
They build it up, and all right, these teams is working on that. So we cranking out this. We already got the framework for this. Let's get in there, put in the sheetrock. Let's put the ceiling in. Let's get the wiring done. Let's get this done. All right, let's go back to it. Let's check it out. That's the only way you can do a game a year is if you already have
that's-
a team building out the framework of said game with the parameters, and then everybody else jumping on board to finish said game up.
Right.
That's why I'm just concerned with it because like a game a year, guys. Like,
Well, the thing is, all right, if they're
that's
talking
like-
about
like- Ain't got no
releasing that
games, we
way,
need games.
right? But you
But
guys
I
assuming
get
you guys
that,
are
but
acting like the development is a year long.
Yeah.
These games have probably been in development for a
That's
while.
what I'm saying. They've
Yeah.
already been
And
like.
then they're looking at their release
framework is there.
cadence, and they're like, "Well, we can hit a release per year for the next 7 years because we've started these games way back
way
when,
back
whatever the
when,
case."
before the Microsoft acquisition. That's what
Right.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is during the private division days. Let's be real. We acted like they came to Microsoft and said, all right, guys, we're gonna do 7. No.
Start from scratch.
Start from scratch. Let's build them out. Come on. It ain't that. This is no microwave situation. They've been in a bag before. It just so happened Microsoft came and now it's like, oh, okay, we got this too. Okay, cool. They was moving already. That's what I'm trying to say.
I just feel like with 3
It's
teams.
like- It's like you looking through a record bin.
Yeah.
Oh, you got this.
I just
This
feel like
year, my
with
guy.
Good.
3 teams, it's like what
4.
are they making a game for 4? I mean, I guess we can count
Avowed,
around the team.
Outer Worlds, Josh Sawyer's game, Grounded. 4 teams.
Well, I mean, are they going to stop supporting Grounded and just make something new? Like
That's a new
that's
Sea of Thieves.
that's my thing. It's just like if that team makes something new, like they have to make something new. So they make a game every year. Like maybe they're just talking about the next couple years because stuff has turned out to be the way it is. But like I guess I think technically Grounded comes out next year, doesn't it?
Yeah, Grounded. So that's
because I think it's still in the beta, and that's just my only concern. It's like I just want quality games from them, and I'm just concerned if you have that many teams of a studio making something happens.
Why would them sitting in your head?
Like, am I supposed to not?
Don't be putting that on my studio. I don't like that on my studio. That's Ninja Theory. You do that with Ninja Theory.
He said, "Don't push that on that studio."
Look, I understand. All jokes aside, I understand your concern, and it's valid. I shouldn't minimize it because it is valid. We want to make sure the quality is maintained, and I get that. It just, I was surprised when Jez said that. That to me, that means I look at it. You look at it as concern, which is valid. I look at it as they got mad stuff cooking up that they've been ready to put out and get into motion. That's all I look at. But we'll see what happens.
It's just like
there's
like 180 or 200 people working there. Like you keep splitting that amount of group up between 4 teams. Like I just get concerned because it's just like.
You always get concerned when it's studio you like. I already know how you do. That's
the time you should be concerned.
I get it. Until the quality go down, Outer Worlds was hitting, and nobody was concerned about the quality. And this is all during the 7 games a year joint. But I feel you. I mean, if you want to be concerned, you can be concerned. It's cool. But look, that's what it is. Let's move on because we still got a lot of joints to get through. Saw any super chats.
Yeah, give me a second. We have Gameonomics with $100. I don't know where this is from. I'm gonna say $100.
Oh no, rupees. Rupees. We found out.
Rupees. Okay.
Yeah. From India.
Rupees. Thank you, Gameonomics from India. 100 rupees. Bow to the Lords. I was kind of hoping to see Phil Spencer at DC Fandome and announce the WB Games acquisition. Just wishful thinking.
Dude,
we will see.
Yeah.
We got Kid Smooth, $5 in the chat. All Xbox is missing is BioWare and CD Projekt Red, and they'll have all Infinity Stones for Western RPGs. Yeah, they definitely have it on lock.
I got to disagree with that. Like, I felt like Cyberpunk hurt CD Projekt Red a lot. Felt like the people that make Divinity, that's who they need. Like, because Divinity's quality. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the biggest thing. I don't want what's the word I'm looking for? When you really inspirations, and I don't want like trying to go above and beyond, like lower the quality of games. That's all. Like,
I get it.
Because like when it comes to Divinity, like I love that game, and BioWare. I'm not gonna say BioWare is just one of those studios that they need to prove themselves, but before I feel like they're worthy of being in the name of people like Obsidian, people
of course.
like Bethesda software studios.
Because
regardless, Fallout 76 hurt the Fallout brand and the Bethesda name. Bethesda software didn't make that game, so I don't think that comes off on them.
No doubt. What else you got, Saul?
Kenny K, $5 super chat. Do you think Xbox Game Studios will share game engines? id Tech, Slipspace, Creation Engine, etc.?
Yes.
Yeah, that's 100%. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Splendiferous with the $2 super chat. COG, get off the fence. You love it, but are tired of the icons.
Yeah, I mean, it's just me. That's where I disagree. I just, I'm just sick of that, 100 hours.
As you get older, you don't have time to be investing in 100-hour games either. I get it.
Go in the wilderness and do it. Just get me the damn story. Let's get a good story.
In the wilderness.
Kill the narrative. Get me to the killing.
I want to
kill the immersion.
200 hours. It's just
the VR guy.
Bloat.
The VR guy now says kill the
bloat. That's all it is. Just tell a good story. That's why Mass Effect is fire, because they told a good story. Go to every planet. No, tell a good damn story.
Get off my lawn.
Get out that fake things that you can just put on a box. You can do 200 things. No, tell a good story. Continue. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stand on that. Continue.
That's it. We're good.
We're kicking Odyssey in the stomach.
We already got that for the other dudes. Anyway, look, so this is you, DC Fandome. What's up, man?
Yeah, man, we had DC FanDome 2021 yesterday.
Wow.
And just generally speaking, I gotta tell you, man, I love this format for all things DC. It is like it is a love letter to fans of all things DC that I think Marvel just needs to copy.
No, they don't. They successful with what they do.
But I tell you this,
losing, fix their face and do it right. Let's go.
But this is the thing, right? And I'm not only talking about the movie things. I think Marvel at this point,
I can't wait.
Marvel at this point is not nearly. I mean, we obviously have Disney Plus, right? And we've had that improvement on the TV side of things. But DC for a long time has been on the TV front, the animated front, doing their thing. It's been the movies, right? That haven't really hit.
Yeah.
And now, so for me, it's just the fact that this puts as much love and emphasis on like the comics and stuff like that in a way that Marvel doesn't do, right? So for all things DC, this is a love letter to the fans. So
awesome.
it was awesome. It could be there were some parts that you see this ain't for me as much, but the fact that they put that much love and effort into it, specifically the fact that they were putting a lot of people of color, actors of color shows with actors of color at the forefront, it was very cool to see. But just to speak generally about the cool stuff we saw, then we'll get into the gaming specific stuff. What y'all think of the Batman, the trailer?
Yo.
What y'all think of that trailer for the Batman?
It's kind of fire. I ain't gonna
I'm frozen.
I'm about Twilight. Twilight Batman. Let's go. Twilight Batman.
I honestly think this has the potential. I know it's blasphemous, but it has the potential to be the best Batman movie ever made. That hallway scene where that dude is lighting them up with that Tommy gun,
and he's just walking. Oh man,
whips, because it's little things that we don't ever get a chance to see. Like, okay, so you can't do that with old school Batman from the TV show. You can't do that. He gets shot. Boom. Ah, my shoulder.
Pow. Boom. Crash.
So, and we've all seen the other Batmans. One Batman got shot in the head. He's like, oh, one shot. He can take one bullet. But this one, man, they was unloading on him, and he has a level of brutality.
Yes.
To this Batman, like he told him, I don't care.
And the thing is, because he's a smaller Batman, it hits even harder because it's like this is a small dude who's just angry as hell.
Breaking news: Xbox Game Publishing just tweeted.
I was gonna say that earlier.
We're excited to kick off something special tomorrow. Just give us one more day to prepare the chickens. Xbox Game Studios publishing Twitter account just tweeted that. I don't know what the chicken significance is.
That's Fable.
Paris.
It's Fable.
Paris retweeted. Wondering Dutch people putting Fable. People putting Fable stuff.
Look at that.
They bought PUBG. Like what is it then? Like,
I don't know.
When the chicken dinner, let's get it.
What's the chicken about?
I think it's Fable, bro. I think it's Fable.
They're excited to kick something off, something special tomorrow. Just give us one more day to prepare the chicken.
I love
and it doesn't fit. Yeah, Fable kick chickens.
I love kicking chickens.
Wait, hold on, but then they got another tweet. We'd call it our Fable anniversary, but that name was already taken. They literally said that.
Fable. So
hold on. Okay, so now that changes things. What they say?
Oh, you excited now?
You excited. Hold on. Put that link in the chat.
I got you. Here's the.
I think it's salivating.
Yeah.
To me, the reason that I just
put it in chat.
Can't be Fable.
Nick said Xbox chicken.
Fable is trending. Fable is trending on Twitter. Interesting. Sorry to interrupt you, Sal, but I had to talk about. I was like, what is this?
Chicken kicking. Let's kick them chickens.
What's going on? Okay, maybe a Fable trailer to vote.
Collaboration with KFC Gaming. Imagine that.
Oh no. So maybe it's
back to back.
It's. No, they're already back.
They're already back.
Oh, okay, that's true.
They're not really. They're not really enhanced.
I'm really starting to think that. Yeah, that's what's going to be. They're enhanced, or maybe a remake.
It's a real gameplay trailer.
No, I doubt that because the way no, because I don't think they're gonna show gameplay on a random what's tomorrow.
What if they do?
Monday?
They just be like, man,
then I will bend the knee next week to you. Like,
I
damn.
want the knees. I don't want the knees. I don't want the knees for that.
I want all the good stuff to happen.
The reason that I think that it's not like it's something to do with the original ones, it says we would call it our Fable anniversary, but the game is already taken. So they're kind of already like, look, this is something in the past, not something in the future.
Okay.
Like,
Interesting.
Dolby Vision X enhance, S enhance.
So you honestly think it's Fable? It's something Fable?
Everybody?
Yeah,
if you
I
look
think
at,
so
look
too.
at,
They're talking about chickens.
No. I think it's something Fable, but I don't think it's something with the new Fable. I think it's
No, I
something
think
with
it's the old Fable.
Yeah,
But
probably the old
yeah.
Fable something.
Super X enhanced, 120 frames.
But don't
per
the
second.
old Fable
Kick a chicken down the
already
block.
exist, or what could they do with old Fable?
Yeah, they do.
I don't know.
Well, it's like I said, you know, there's a
gonna
couple
find
different
out,
things. They could
Frame rate resolution.
they
Yeah,
could
bump.
be doing the
Yeah.
frame rate resolution thing. What they could be doing is
Yes.
maybe they've been remaking Fable 1 in the background. No one knows, and they can
That'd be
announce
crazy.
that. Like,
Yeah, that'd be
That'd be
crazy.
You imagine
bonkers.
that? And they get rid of that super cinematic stuff.
because if you notice, game studio publishing, the people that deal with other studios working with Microsoft, like they tweeted that. My Xbox didn't tweet that. Like the game studio publishing, that's the arm that gives you stuff like so maybe they've contracted someone to remake
To redo
Fable,
it, yeah.
and
Could be.
because to me, if it's a remake or something like that, like not a remake, like an upgrade
What
on
happened?
like the frame rates or something like that, I think Xbox would be tweeting it. It's ironic
I need to
that
get a gunshot.
I feel like it's something bigger than that, just because Xbox Game Studios is tweeting that, not
Yeah.
Xbox themselves.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, continue. Sorry, back to DC.
No,
That's
man.
crazy.
I'm excited for this. I want to see Fable. Like, let's see
Riddler.
something.
And I know what my video is tomorrow. Like,
Real quick.
oh,
let me
that's
get
my
the super
topic
chat.
next week, guys.
He claiming it now. Shout out to Paul.
Claiming
He
it
said
now.
weekly news about studios leading up to the Xbox anniversary. That would be crazy.
Yeah, it'd
That'd
be
be
crazy.
heavy.
They come out and they'd be like, and PUBG,
Yeah.
the remix is coming out part 2.
That'd
Thanks.
be crazy.
Bye.
One Bad Mother
Chicken
said
dinner.
it's their publishing arm, so that can signify a partnership to him. Interesting.
Yes.
Xbox
When is
gave it
the
the
20th?
eyeballs. Interesting.
Mhm.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Someone said the 20th anniversary for Fable. When is that?
Anyway, continue, Saul.
Yeah, real quick. B. Lou, $2 super chat. Xbox collabing with the Hound to eat all the chickens.
Savage.
So yeah, back to FanDome. Yeah,
Yeah.
Batman is looking absolutely bonkers. I really do think it's gonna be a special move. Hopefully, we got Shazam. We got the second Aquaman movie. We got Black Adam looking crazy. Oh,
Yo, tell me what you thought when you saw that Flash. I think the Flash trailer got me so hyped. I jumped off the couch and it was like, yes.
Yeah, we had our issues with Ezra Miller as the
Yes.
Flash.
The suit,
but
they fixed it.
They fixed the
it,
suit.
and it fixed it, and I've accepted he's a different Flash.
Yeah.
and that's fine.
Yeah.
But
they
again,
they got the other Flash there.
exactly.
They
They
doing
got the
No
other
Way
Flash
Home,
there.
like
They're
No
going.
Way
What's
Home
this
3?
with the going back to the Michael Keaton Batman?
Yeah, man.
What's going on?
You could tell. You could tell it was that Batmobile under there. You could see the outline. Oh man, Michael Keaton. Yeah. Let's
I
go.
got
Let's
goosebumps
do
right
it.
Yeah, that was fire. And I've been hard on that Flash, but yeah, that was
Yeah,
fire.
ever since he did what he did.
I mean everything. So let's know what you did.
Yeah, we know what he did.
And even the smaller stuff, like you look at the Batgirl movie that's coming, Blue Beetle movie that's coming.
Cartoon stuff was
Yeah,
good, too.
the cartoon stuff. They always lit with that.
Catwoman hunted.
Yeah,
Out on-
all of that.
Yeah.
More. What's it called? The Cape Crusader, the animated show.
Yes.
There's just so much.
Static is not even
what was
listening.
it,
He
the
is
Teen Titans?
researching
Yeah,
this
he don't care.
Fable.
Teen
No,
Titans,
Teen Titans.
Doom Patrol.
Yo,
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
love
I'm
it.
listening. I'm not doing anything on my
Even
PC.
if you was, I just think it was funny when you heard Fable. Continue.
the HBO.
Oh no! I'm definitely
beneficiary
because I
of
saw
all of
that a
All
couple
of it.
minutes ago.
Yeah.
But when I saw who tweeted it, I just assumed it was something else that was wasn't Fable related. I didn't think it was
No, I'm
Fable.
just teasing.
Yeah.
Continue.
So I mean, again, all things DC, they're really hitting on all aspects of it. If you don't care about the big characters, you're gonna find something here to love.
Yeah.
So let's get into the game stuff,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So first off, Rocksteady, Suicide Squad killed the
Yeah.
Justice League.
120 frames per second.
Woo!
Boy, that thing looked good.
I love
Boy,
it.
did it
Wait,
look
hold
good.
on. No. no. Fraud alert. Okay. Is this the same man? I don't
what
want
did
to
he say?
see
I don't remember.
cinematic trailers. I don't want to see cinematic CGI.
Oh, no,
Is
that
this?
was there you get
That
cut
was
right
in
now.
game.
That
That
was
was in game.
That was
This is where you get. and the
So now
crowd
it's
goes
good.
crazy
Now it's good because
King
in game
got
with no
him. King
gameplay.
got him.
It was.
King got
It was.
him.
It was
King got
there.
him.
It was. It's
King
good
got
now.
It
him.
was the
Y'all
second
ready?
showing. It was the second showing.
Yo,
It
let
was-
me tell you.
It's the second show. I just want to know if
Let
it's
me tell
good
you,
now.
That was a CGI though.
What was it? That was in game.
That was in-game engine.
Right. With a gameplay. What you saw gameplay?
But I saw 60 frames a second. I saw polygons moving, baby. Once I saw polygons moving, I'm good.
Oh, you
Like,
good? Oh, so now
I'm
in
good.
game. Oh, that's the caveat. So now
Yeah,
they say
yeah,
it's
this
in
is-
game,
this
even though
is not-
Starfield said that, and you said no Starfield crap. That ain't the. Even though they said that was in engine, you was going hard.
Well, I was happy with that first thing, but it was so far out.
Oh,
you know, I'm talking about.
What is what you
This
like?
game
I
is
got
getting
you.
ready to come out like next year. All right, so
So-
you're talking about games that's like 5-6 years out,
Mm-hmm.
and they was talking about games before. Like just calm
Avowed
down.
is
Get
supposed
up
to come
off
out the
that.
year after next. Stop it! Like stop
yeah,
it. We
well,
I
already
love,
have
but
that.
you know what it is, Addict? I love it how all of us
It's
are
about
frauds.
my stuff.
All
Like,
of it is frauds when except when it's our
When
stuff.
Addict cares about stuff for him, he cares about stuff for him.
But see, I'm
So
open
when I
with
care
that.
about
I don't
stuff for
care
me,
what you
he
want.
said,
I'm open with it. I accept it.
Exactly. So just because I don't care about your Evolve, but I care about Suicide Squad. And I'm going nuts.
Addict,
You
we
like,
got,
why you
look,
don't care
we
about
all
Suicide
frauds.
Squad?
All of us are frauds.
Thank
It's
you.
when we love what we love.
It don't matter.
We don't care.
When I saw that Suicide Squad, I said, yo, first I was
It's
looking at the
fire.
frame.
Go ahead, King.
I said, oh my
Fire.
God, this looks good.
Hell yeah.
And then I was looking at the draw distance when they was driving down the Arkham.
So- Man,
Bro,
it looks amazing.
The tone
Yes.
is so
The
fun.
banter between them, the banter.
Why they was doing that to the penguin? To the penguin.
He's escaping. Wait, no.
He
Yo.
got him. He's running.
He's running. Yo, I like the fact
Shark
that they
dude
made
said,
King
"Yo,
Shark
blow his head
smart
off."
again.
Yeah. Yeah, I ain't
I,
gonna front, King. I'm with
wasn't
you.
feeling
I'm with you
King
on this
Shark
one.
being dumb in the movie. I
Yeah.
wasn't feeling that. I like the fact they made him smart again.
Yeah.
My only worry still is that remember there was this thinking that it was some sort of service-based game,
Yeah.
and I really hope it ain't that because just to see, I just want to give me a 20-hour
story though.
hot
Right?
story with them.
Mhm.
Yeah,
The story is Brainiac is hijacking the
Yes.
the Justice League.
Mhm.
And they are called in to actually take them down.
to take them down, and that's not gonna be easy at all.
Yo, you got
Superman look wow. Why he got the
Yes.
demon eyes though? What's up with
Yeah,
Superman?
that's
Brainiac.
I'm gonna have to be honest with you guys. That sucker got to be in Game Pass for me to play.
Oh damn!
Really?
Addict really don't care.
Okay, that's that. I'm
You never liked the old
You never
Batman
liked the old
games? You
Batman
never-
joints? Never like the old Alchemy joints?
I like them, but like, I don't know, for some reason the plot in this I'm just not down. Like maybe I got to see gameplay to
Yeah.
actually like really resonate with it.
Mhm.
But it's just like the plot of this. I'm just like,
Yeah.
Yo,
For
I
It
just
looks
I
fun
don't know.
though.
Yeah.
I ain't go
It
front.
Seems like a lot of people. If you weren't
this is
in
exactly
on
the whole crux of the show.
Suicide
This right here. This is it right here. This is the whole crux.
Fraud
of the
alert on the
show.
Lord.
Yo,
Yup.
they actually show this game, and he like, yo, you about to get into this. It is about to happen, and he's talking about Avowed 2-3 years down the road. And he's
But
like,
the-
yeah,
no, we ain't
We
gonna
all
do that.
frauds.
No, we
I'll be
ain't
doing
gonna do
bad.
that. No,
With the hair?
Hold up. I haven't seen nothing that happened at this con thing. I don't know what they showed in.
Oh, so
I
you
haven't-
really
you do the
fraud. So
research
you
like
commented.
I
You
did.
ain't even see that.
No,
That's
that's what I'm saying. I have to see gameplay. That's what
Oh,
I
I
am
didn't see
saying.
gameplay either. And then everybody's talking about Avowed.
No,
You got it.
but
I had to eat that
Avowed,
L.
Avowed's different.
Uh-huh.
Why
Avowed,
is it
I know
different?
they.
'Cause you like
I know
it?
that I played the Outer Worlds 2. I played.
on,
Truth.
man.
I
I
know
played
what I
Arkham.
like.
Listen, Addict, we all frauds. Every last one of us. Because you frauded, because me and you frauded when
You know
Joint
what's
2-3
funny?
out.
This
He
man
frauded.
says that everything
can't
got to
wait.
be
Let him
on
get me.
Game Pass.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
no
yeah,
one
yeah.
has
You
not.
fix that.
I said, what
Addict, I
game?
know.
let
We
him
are
get me,
all,
let him get me.
and all this sex segment prove is when we love something, these topics prove we don't care what's going on.
$70.
We all
$75.
frauds.
I want
Continue.
to get the deluxe pack.
So we have that the Suicide Squad that I think it seems like it kind of calmed some people's fears about what that game was. Hopefully, I'm not wrong, and it is not. I am wrong. I don't want it to be some sort of service-based game. Please don't do that. Then we got Gotham Knights: The Court of Owls. So Gotham Knights looks a little more stylized, right? This is W Montreal. The
Yes.
art style looks a
And it
little
look
bit
like
more
it's
stylized.
More of current gen.
Yeah.
Your last gen stuff.
Yes, it does look like a cross-gen game, which I think it's supposed to be, right?
I'm gonna be real with you on that one too. That sucker got to be in Game Pass.
Now, Attic, I'm with you on this one. Like,
Really?
this one, I wasn't. You know, it kind of regressed with me.
Look,
Really?
Suicide Squad will probably get me way before whatever the hell this is. Like,
Because the first one they showed the fight, and it was like
Right.
the gameplay, and it's fighting Mr. Freeze. And then this one, you try to give me the story. What was it? The Owl Court of the
Court of
Owls.
Owls.
this is one of those trailers that if I see as an ad before a YouTube video, I'm just waiting for the skip button.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, what worries me about this one a little bit is that when you think about the Court of Owls, right?
Mm-hmm.
That should be a very Bruce Wayne Batman centric story, and obviously it's not, right? It's not. Batman's supposedly dead in this game, right? Which of course he's gonna come back at some point.
Right.
But I'm interested to see what they do with that, because when you think about the Court of Owls and their enforcers and what they represent,
What it's about. Yeah.
what it's about.
Why are they so
Combat-wise.
important? Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm afraid with them.
Court of Owls is basically made up of the most powerful, influential people in all of Gotham. They sort of they
I know.
they Illuminati. They like Illuminati.
Right, they're Illuminati.
Okay.
They are. Right. And there is a tie to obviously Bruce's family with that.
But in this game, he's supposed to be dead, right?
He's supposed to be dead, right? Okay. Exactly. So it's the Bat family fighting them.
Got you.
But the Talons and the kind of the enforcers for the Court of Owls, they're very, very skilled fighters. So in terms of the combat and stuff like that we expect in these games, I think it'll be on point. It's just a matter of they hit with the story and everything else, and being able to incorporate it with 4 different player characters.
Yeah,
right?
and it's the co-op Destiny style joint, right? Ain't this like some MMO a little bit?
It's 2-player, right? And yeah, you do get like upgrades and stuff like that, XP and upgrades and stuff like that. You get combo moves and things of that nature. I think you can play it single player as well. Remember, we saw the gameplay of this.
Yeah, we saw it. They showed gameplay for the first time.
It looks fun. It's just like, to me, it got to be in that 99-cent bin, man. It got to be in that 99 cents. I gotta go to Walmart, and it's like that movie bin that like they put all the games.
Yo, give me a second. I just spilled water all over my electronics. So
no. Oh no! I hope you ain't do the Ibantis. Oh no!
How bad is it?
His camera go.
Yeah, if you spill on did it spill on the towel, Soft?
No, not the tower,
What it spilled on?
It was my my surge protector.
Oh, okay. You could just blow it up. Okay. Yeah. Bro, shut down if you got to. Somebody said get the race. I'm done. Anyway,
get the race, try it out.
Try it out.
He said he got to stick his protector rice.
As bad as I've felt here recently, man. Like I want to put my whole ass body in a thing of rice at this point.
I'm done. But continue. I want your opinion on this before we move on, because like you this is you the Lord dude. You know what's going on. Are they keeping it true to these games? Like, where you at? Educate me.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. DC Fandom did so much fan service, like Saab was saying. Oh, it's they had so much to give. Like, usually when we get these cons, a lot of people do it wrong. DC actually has been doing it right ever since this whole pandemic. It's like they were prepared for this whole situation. And what I've noticed, like with their games, with their movies, with their cartoons, and with their TV shows, they're leaning heavily into the material.
Yes.
Like they're trying to keep it as comic book accurate as possible for the fans. Marvel has a whole separate universe. The MCU is a completely different universe than what is the Marvel universe, the 616 and these type of worlds. So when you see this stuff, the fact that they're going to do the Flash story, that story is deep.
Talk to me.
Right? And that story has to deal with his mother dying. But then you see the TV show Flash there. So this is what everybody's been clamoring about. If you didn't like the Ezra Flash, but then you got the Guntherson Flash, I think they're going to do a fan service and you get a chance to see him on the big screen.
So the Gunther one is in there?
It looks like him.
It appears like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
For
he
sure.
might turn around and be a whole totally different.
I got
dude,
you. But they
right?
seem to be maybe alluding.
Yeah,
that
but
it
they
could be.
never showed a face.
Okay.
They never showed a face. So, you see,
I have
this
a fraud
trailer-
law question because I don't know anything about Black Adam when we finish. Continue.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, we can jump from that to get to exactly this long film that's been in production that is coming out. The film that is probably actually the one that's done the most and ready to go is the Black Adam film with The Rock that he's been talking about for the last 7 years.
7 years,
I
but
mean,
educate me because I know nothing. So what is he in relationship to Shazam?
he was the first.
Oh, he the first dude like them both.
Yeah,
dudes.
he was in the Pharaoh times. You know, so his
I thought he was like a villain of Shazam.
Yeah, he's the one that was sort of
That
deemed
hero.
unworthy or whatever.
Why
But
he got to
No,
be Black Adam? Why he can't
turned
be regular
from
Adam?
yeah,
all right. So okay,
Why they
back
put black
then,
on him,
you know,
though?
he was you know, Black Power. That's basically what it is. He Black Adam is the Black Power dude, right? So he was back then in ancient Egypt times and stuff like that. The Justice Society is who he's going to fight, right? So he's going to
Justice
fight Adam. Adam Smasher. He's going
Adam
to fight
Smasher,
Dr.
Fate.
Is my you saw who they got playing?
Yeah, Pierce, baby.
Man, the way you guys are talking, man, these names sound like something off like a B-rated movie.
I'm with you. I don't know what's going on. I'm a fraud with DC
Yes,
law.
the naming conventions in DC are not the
Not the
great.
great.
They should have faded these games out of existence, man.
Gang,
Our
continue.
man,
What
he
they
had the
shoulda
clock
done.
that he only got
Come on,
$2.
guys. I'm getting a free KOS right now. Continue.
You're so stupid. But to see that Black Adam is going to go up against the Justice Society, now what they did was they froze him away in time. They got a chance to a way to stop him because he was ruling with all these powers back then. Now he was frozen for a period of time, and they went archaeology and finding something. They didn't know what they were finding, and they found him. They spoke his name when he was locked in a certain tomb. And then his lightning came down. He got released, so he's going to probably be released in probably a decade or two later from his original time, and trying to bring back his city back to prominence.
Yeah.
Now he's an anti-hero because his views and ideology is different from ours, right? At this, he's still it's like if Captain America. I'm not going to say like a racist, but if Captain America was
Like U.S. agent.
had like let's say Captain America was a Nazi, right?
Okay.
And whatever his ideology was and is, when he got frozen, he came out with that
the same
ideology, mentality,
Gotcha.
right?
So
and he's trying to push that agenda forward, but with the powers of like Superman,
right? Okay.
All right, so he's an anti-hero and he's learning.
But can't
the world change.
last question. I know I'm holding y'all up, but I gotta ask.
No, that's
like
fine.
he the magic dude, right? So because the magic dudes could beat
He's
up
Shazam.
Superman. Can't Shazam beat Superman because Superman can't beat
Yeah,
magic?
that's why I love Shazam.
Yeah, he can't
okay,
beat
okay.
magic.
So and Shazam never have to deal with Black Adam?
Okay, so in the end of the Shazam movie, when they all sitting down on thrones,
Yeah.
and they go, "Yo, it's a separate. Hey, is a seat missing? Like who's this for?"
Yeah.
He's part of that hierarchy,
Oh, like the
Right?
gods.
but his gods are different gods.
Okay.
So he gets his powers from different
different.
Egyptian gods,
Got you. Okay.
right?
Got
And,
it,
and
got it.
Shazam got his powers.
It's like a
from Greek
generational
like-
thing.
I actually like the Shazam movie.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought
enjoyed that.
Shazam brought them
I
back.
actually like a lot of the
The DC movie.
the DC movies that people don't like. Like I liked Superman versus Batman. Because I'm not like a comic book person,
Yeah.
so like I don't notice when they be messing stuff up.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't,
You just take it for what they is.
Yeah, like when they, because I didn't know that, like, Wonder Woman's sword couldn't cut Doomsday like that, and I see people bitching about it. I'm just like, yo, I thought it looked cool. Like, I didn't know that
That was
could happen.
horrible.
Like,
Like, really? But technically, it kind of makes sense because a sword is magic,
Gotcha.
and the fact that he's Kryptonian and
Okay.
magic.
Right.
I'll just make my comments because I don't know nothing,
Okay.
so I'm just gonna tell you. Suicide trailer was fire. I'm all in. Everything they were doing, the tone, the humor. I love the scenario. It seems impossible. This ragtag group that got to deal with all this wildness. They nailed the feel of the game. I think I got an idea of it. Looks great. Gotham Knights, like I said. I didn't know. I guess y'all open because y'all know this Court of Owls and all this. So I'm just like, all right, what the hell is this? What we doing, right? But I will say, you know, it fleshed it out. I like seeing Nightwing up at the joint, and I just want to know more gameplay stuff as they go on with that. And they can keep that DC pet game. I don't care what's going on with that. They can throw
That's
that.
a movie.
Oh,
There's a movie.
They can keep
movie.
that.
Crypto,
Keep
with
that. Don't show me the DC,
I'ma
the
watch it with
dogs
my
with the
kids.
Superman cape flying through.
I'm gonna watch it with my kids.
I was like, yeah.
But that's what I mean about like
Yeah.
they
Kevin Hart is dead.
unapologetic. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
unapologetic.
unapologetically. They're about like every corner of the DC universe they're
Yeah.
gonna get.
No, and shout out to them because they finally look like they fleshing out their universe. Like they finally look like, yo, DC Universe movies is looking like they popping. You got the Black Adam, the Aquaman 2, Flash,
You know what I think?
all
though?
that. Yeah.
And that whole thing is, they stopped trying to be Marvel
Yeah.
and
Be
just
them.
did them.
Your camera, you in the third dimension, you in the shadow realm again.
Oh, yeah. Also.
You know how you're shadow realm because you on our joint like that.
Yo, King, what camera are you using today? Using the
Using the new joint. Using
The new one.
Got to get the
Oh,
settings
okay.
right. That's why I'm waiting for everybody to get the settings right. But yeah, that's
He
what I
said
got.
I'm in the shadow room.
Yeah, because your joint was like, hey, you be stuck.
Yo, from a
You
lot
doing
of
that?
times
That's
I
that
look, I'm
joint
like,
addict
I
dude
don't know.
with-
Maybe
with
because I got it on
Obsidian.
60 frames per second or 120 frames per second, I got to change it.
But yeah, maybe it's the frames is too high. Maybe that's
Yeah.
what it is. You made to put it
They're
down
like,
to
yo, they
60
can't catch
because the
my
zoom.
frames.
Yeah, you probably got it too high. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's all I got. Unless y'all got anything else, we gonna move on
No,
with the
we
last
good.
joint.
Nah,
Yeah, that was
fantastic.
fire.
I'm
But
talking
these,
about Nintendo and
yeah,
they
we get the Nintendo, get the shiesty, get out of here. So
No, we ain't got no time.
we ain't got no time for Nintendo and the shiesty.
No, man. Let's get out of here. We
Let's get
already
outta
know what Nintendo did. And none of y'all is gonna fight
Look,
back.
I
I don't
breathed-
see nobody
it's so-
screaming on Twitter. Everybody just taking it.
The poll based on it. The poll, but look, real quick, the news joint, you know what it is. It looks like shout out to them. They
Cog don't want to leave without talking.
No,
about
it's funny. It's funny.
It's funny.
It's
It is
funny. All
funny.
right, so 2-3 news bits real quick. Hitters. Boom. Nintendo Switch OLED banging out there in Japan. Looks like they sold over 130,000 units in the first 3 days in Japan. So that's moving. Metroid Dread triggered a franchise sales boost across.
Okay, let's stop that. Let me put a pin in that
Oh,
right
God.
there. All right. Just because 2 people went out and brought the old Metroid, it ain't no sales boost. If okay,
What? The
okay,
old
so
Metroid?
all right, Sav.
Uh-huh.
If you have inventory on your shelf,
Oh, my
right,
God.
that's got dust on
He
it,
just can't get
nobody
Metroid
buying it, and then somebody buying all your dread, like oh, and they go, oh, sweat, this is part of that. Yeah, let me get 2 of those.
Mhm.
2 of those sell is
So
a
what
sales boost.
are you implying that they were
I'm
selling
implying they're
other
fraud.
Metroid games in addition to Dread?
The news
I'm just-
says. Okay.
I'm implying that they're fraud, man. Just
He's-
2-3 sold. And
2 or
nobody
3
cares, man.
sold.
Nobody cares.
I love how he knows the stock. He knows. He knows
Nobody
the
cares,
numbers.
man. 4 people brought
Just
it.
because of the nature of the Switch and how ubiquitous it is at this point,
Mhm.
it is the best selling Metroid. What does that mean for the future of Metroid? Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah.
I love it. It's a good Metroid
Yeah,
game.
fire.
I'm enjoying it. But it is a Metroid ass Metroid.
Oh, it's
game.
Metroid. Metroid. Yeah, for sure. No, so pretty
Like-
much that. Wii U, 3DS, Switch, whatever they see a little sale. According to King, it's 4 copies each. Moving on, this the big
Nobody got
one.
Wii U.
Nintendo Switch Online Expansion Pass.
Yes, this is
Release
it.
date and pricing revealed. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Nintendo. They announced that they will make Nintendo 64 and Genesis games available in this new expansion service.
Can I go first?
Yes, I got you. And then basically, like, you know it's about to be lit with Attic asked to go first. So pretty much, they also said in this new tier of expansion pass, because basically it's double price, more than double the price. Now it went from $25. It went from $25 to now I believe $50 for the
So it went from $20.
yeah, the original version of the
$50.
Nintendo system alone costs $20 a year and $35 for my family. Nintendo Switch Online Expansion Pack will be $50 a year and $80 for the family membership. And with this thing, you get the 64 games, you get the Genesis game, and you get an Animal Crossing expansion. And the word on the street is that if you don't keep the subscription to the joint, then you don't keep the animal expansion.
Taking back your animal.
Yeah, Animal Crossing. So,
You ain't lit.
this is the hot joint. Addict, you want to jump in? Where you at with the Nintendo Online Expansion Pack?
This is the most outrageous, ridiculous thing I have ever seen.
You say outrageous?
Yeah, I love it.
Outlandish and outrageous together.
Outrageous. Nintendo. No, so Nintendo doing crazy stuff. I'm making up words. Alright, so, I just look. Are they gonna get away with it? Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
Also, you better than me.
Oh yeah, look, I'm buying that N64 controller.
Win back, baby. You gotta play that win back.
It is what it is. Because
Outrageous
I'm
he buying it.
indulging myself in it. Look, and you know what's crazy? If you really sit there and take it in, like if you think about it, this is the reason that they had the Mario for a certain time frame, because they wanted to act like the values in the service of this if you didn't get Mario when it was in the stores. And what's funny is the Mario that they sold to you for $30 to $60, depending if you get because since it came with multiple games, it's looking like that's the exact same game in the service.
No doubt. Shout out to the legend Miles Dompier. He's in here. What a blessed Sunday. How y'all doing? Having a good time, man. It was absolutely. Everybody said it's outrageous. Yo, this chat's
outrageous.
Yo, Addict. They said, Hargeisha and I said, put a poll in saying who willing to pay and who not willing to pay for this expansion pack.
I'm paying. I'm paying.
But we know you paying. We know you paying. So that's it. So look, Solve, where you at, man? How outrageous is this?
It's very outrageous. shout out to Iron Mike. He said no win back slander that cover system web. Yes, it was. You have Gears of War because you had win back. So no. Listen, I played the hell out of win back.
Yo, says getting outrageous in here. Yo, everybody with this they stupid. Continue.
So yeah, man, it's one of those like this is horrendous, but I'm all in. Got my buddy.
And you saw if you're not taking a stand.
Nah, man, not at all. See, because the thing is, you guys may remember that I was bamboozled into getting the Switch OLED because my nephew remembered that I told him when the new Switch comes out, I'm giving you mine, right? So he remembered, and he was like, "Oh, there's a new Switch." I was like, "Damn it! I guess I'm getting the OLED," and it's fine. I'm happy with that, right? But in addition to that, so now I can finally give them. I'm gonna get rid of the base Switch. I'm gonna get the lights, and the lights I'm gonna give to them. So I'm gonna be in control of all their Switch stuff, which meaning I'm gonna get the family plan and allow my niece and nephew to rock out with that. So I'll be paying the $80 for the damn.
Listen, what if on the family plan they can't play at the same time you play?
That would be hilarious. That would be
That
hilarious.
would be some Nintendo stuff.
Yeah, that'd be vintage Nintendo.
This is all vintage Nintendo. This is look.
I'll be real. Like, I look. Regardless how it comes down to it, I'm playing that. Regardless how it comes down to, I'm playing Ocarina of Time. I don't care. Like,
you're gonna play blurry Ocarina of Time.
Look, I'm hoping that maybe because I did notice that they are having some games running at 60 frames on this backwards compatible
but
thing.
It's still gonna be blurry at 60 FPS.
I don't care if it's blurry. Like, see, I do care it's blurry, but at the same time, am I just not gonna play something that means that much to me because they are making me pay this ridiculous price point?
So the thing about it is, the price is ridiculous because they're points of comparison now, right? If it was $50 on its own remember, it's not $50 a month, right? It's $50 for a year or $80 for a year. The thing is, when you compare it to Xbox Live Gold, or you compare it to PS Plus, which are both one set price for whatever for the year,
superior services
and superior services
with voice
every
chat,
way, shape, or
party
form.
chat, and messaging,
and free games, every month.
Yes.
There's a problem.
Are you implying there's a disparity in quality?
There is a disparity in the offerings offered and the quality of service that is being provided.
So you're
that
trying to say
cannot
that the
be
buffet
overlooked.
is not a full buffet? Like
No,
you got the kitty buffet?
Yeah, exactly. This is the Red Lobster kitty menu the little buffet. It gives you with the baby shrimp, the real baby.
I know I got. I
know.
know I got issues. I ain't gonna act like I don't. Like, now they got me. They got me. And ain't nothing I can do. I'm just
Wait,
gonna-
Addict, why they got you though? Why can't you
take-
break free? What is it that they doing that they got you? Like,
Why
what is
can't-
it?
Look, it's just I love those older Zelda games, and since they're strategically not remade any of the games for the new system, which we all know what's going on now.
But this is the thing,
what's
like-
gonna happen is next year we're gonna get a Zelda Collector's Edition, but it's only sold for 2 months. Like,
This is
The,
ridiculous.
It's like,
the fact that they're not giving you at least the 3DS remake, like
yeah,
it's
that's bad. This is bad.
I'd rather pay. I mean, I would rather pay $60 for the remake. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. But
All of this. I'm about all of this. What they doing to y'all? You deserve
mad abusive.
all of
Mad
it.
abusive.
Y'all deserve all of it. Everything
Yeah, but I'm a
All
Zelda
right, King.
fan.
So,
I'm
right,
a
King,
Zelda
let's
game
get King real quick. All right, so
Listen,
King, there's nothing. So King, what if they say the
don't
next
care what they
expansion
say.
pass,
I don't
the
care what they
Dreamcast
say.
pack?
I
They do
don't
the
care.
they do the
Dreamcast
they
pack?
do it. King, they do the
No.
they do the Neo Geo pack.
No, I got that already.
You,
I know what to do it for car. I already know.
Oh, you know what to
I
do
know.
for me. You already know.
But I ain't happening. But
There you
I
go, yeah.
it's wishful thinking. It's wrestling.
Yeah,
The
they
wrestling.
do them wrestling games. I'm selling my soul like
Y'all deserve everything that's gonna happen to you now and everything that's gonna happen to you later. Because
I'm
you
okay
are
with it.
setting it up.
I'm gonna be a
saying,
happy dude
Yo,
playing that game.
You
I'm
hear
okay
him?
with it.
You hear him? Nintendo tuned in. They're gonna clip this part and they put in that part inside the meeting.
bro, Switch
And they
coming
said,
in hot
"See?
though.
He says, see, we can do anything to him. And they're gonna show Addict's face on the screen. I don't care what they do. I'm still gonna buy it.
I'm
And-
doing it. I mean, I ain't gonna lie.
Let's get some more. Let's get some.
Yo, said we
More
Nintendo
atrocious-
masochists.
Yo, more
Look,
atrocious business practices from your favorite company. Yo, that's why they can sell you a weak console with an old screen. That's why they can
But
sell you
didn't they sell you that same thing though? Didn't you buy that same thing? Didn't they
No,
buy you
it's
that
sitting
same
right there,
console?
Dusty. He dusty.
So it doesn't
Wait,
matter.
wait, hold on, King.
They paid their
They
money.
got you on that racetrack set with the virtual.
I didn't get it.
Yes, you did. You said you was getting it. You ain't getting
I
it?
was trying to buy it. Remember? It
Oh,
was
you were
sold
trying to
out.
buy it though.
Yeah, so
Okay.
when I was trying to purchase, thank God saved me.
God sent me. God set me aside.
God saved me. Ross said, thou should not purchase.
But you were literally
have to
about to
have character.
pledge your fealty to them, and just something happened to
God
happen.
had to stop me. God gonna stop at it. God gonna say, he gonna go put his credit card and then he gonna really think about the situation. So, getting over on me, and I already got these games somewhere in this house. Like everybody is buying this stuff. You got these games somewhere in your house. And you go in there, you say, you know what? Nintendo put in a nice little package all together. I'm gonna go get it. And they told you the free stuff that they gave with it that you purchased. If you leave
Look,
with
man,
taking
listen.
And we
it back.
take it away.
They're the best Indian givers in the business.
Man, look, man. When it doesn't matter, because when that comes out, you could be sitting with your hating ass on top of your little Eiffel Tower. Oh, I'm gonna be sitting in front of my Switch playing Ocarina of Time,
Oh,
with a
finish.
smile from ear to ear.
Y'all gonna love the poll. That's all I'm
Yo,
gonna say.
yeah. You know what he is so lit at?
Mhm.
He just keeps saying this stuff because he's trying. His mind is trying to talk him out of it.
I'm with you at it. I'm there with you at it.
But you know what you hear him saying?
Yeah.
Like his mind is saying, "Addict, stop doing that." And when he yell out, "I don't care," he ain't saying it to me. He's saying it to himself. I don't care. I don't care.
Yo, it's interesting. I'll just wrap up quick. The thing about it, from the reasoning we hear, according to there's an Nintendo insider that
reasoning.
here's the
See
reasoning.
what Miles wrote? He
What-
says, "Spit in my mouth."
Yo, Miles is out of pocket. I love Miles. He's so loose right now. He buying all of that. He don't care what y'all talk about. He buying it all. Respect, Miles. I feel that. But they said, why is Nintendo Nintendo getting away with charging these absurd prices? And shout out to Mike Minotti. He's got a hilarious. He said this is absurd. This is ridiculous. Right? But what they're saying is that according to this leaker Emily Rogers, she been right a lot before. Shout out to Nintendo. Like they said, the main culprit for is supposed to be licensing costs. Apparently, Sega wasn't a big fan of the Wii's Virtual Console back in the day due to the low sales and other issues. So Nintendo had to fork out a big bit of cash for Mega Drive Genesis library. They said licensing costs are the main culprit behind this pass, and they said that's why Sega didn't support Wii U VC. So they had to give Sega a bag. Then the rumor is Microsoft, they had to give a bag as far as the Banjo-Kazooie stuff and third-party titles.
That's probably a way smaller bag.
Yeah, it's smaller bag probably. You know what I'm saying? And Capcom kind of. So the rumor is that the reason why it's so crazy is that now the question is though, if they continue to add more of these consoles and it just like, is the price gonna go up more?
It is. They not eating nothing. Like literally, they just told you Sega charging me more, so I'm charging you double.
And then, hey, shout out to Nelson Rivera in the chat. He said, then why include Genesis? That's my point too. Like, if Genesis costs that much, drop it or bringing it at the back end when after you have all your own consoles in there, and then you roll it in the dough, the extra dough, whatever the case may be, because you were going to bring the price up anyway. But then you could have brought the price up more gradually rather than doubling.
So what if it's a thing that they have plans to, let's say that they're gonna add more stuff and they making us pay the upfront ridiculous price now
maybe
as they add more stuff.
I don't know, man. We're talking about Nintendo here.
You stop it. You got to stop it right now.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
No, they're not giving you nothing extra. They're giving you exactly what you got, and you're gonna take it just like that. You're gonna stop it. You're gonna stop talking about, oh, they're gonna come around, they're gonna fix us right. They're not fixing you right. They're giving you what you got, and that's it. And if they put anything extra in there, you are gonna pay.
Look, man, I'm able to stay strong right now because they ain't got my heart yet, so I can resist right now.
Guess what, King?
Yo,
here you go.
Yo, they really are the worst.
They're the worst.
They are the worst. They're like they're horrible.
This is horrible. This is horrible. Yeah, and shout out to Jeff Grubb. He's like, I guess Nintendo really want that. They want some money right now, but it is what it is. But let's get this poll. Let's get up out of here. Y'all gonna like it. Do our poll with the recent pricing announcement of Nintendo Switch Online. Do you think the pricing is fair based on the content received? The choices are yes. The market dictates the value, and Switch owners are willing to pay for a premium Animal Crossing expansion and Genesis and Nintendo 64 game. Stop pocket watching, King. B, no. The online expansion is more than double the price of standard Nintendo Online. Still no messaging, still no party chat, no core online services, features to match a competition. Grandpa Nintendo still out here finessing y'all. See, I don't care. All this taking a stand against Nintendo sound nice until they put them Dreamcast, Saturn, and GameCube games on Nintendo system online. Shout out to everybody. Hit that like button. It will be going up on lordsofgaming.net. Again, everybody, much salute. We had the legendary Seth Schiesel in the building. Awesome. Absolute pleasure. Got the claps. Give us the claps one more time. One more time. Put your damn hands together. Wow. Put your damn hands together. Put your hands together. It was absolutely amazing. Salute to the support, everybody that pulled up. Saw if you want to get some super chats, and then we on roll up out of here. And then Attic, let me know how that poll results is for that. Who getting finessed by Nintendo? Who willing to get finessed?
Well,
I want names.
I don't even have to tell you. We knew what it was gonna do.
Yeah, I want to know.
It's 90%.
90% gonna play the money, or not gonna pay the money?
No.
They said no, they not.
90%. Yeah, hell no.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, listen, our core base ain't.
Yeah, they not with that. Yeah, they not. With
Yeah.
That. No doubt. All right, guess off.
We got Black Ronin, $5 super chat. DC Fandome was lit. Static live action film in the works too. That small part was a wash in all the news that hit hard yesterday. Like I said, even the small stuff is getting shine. Then we have did this one twice. Native, $2 super chat. Shout out to the ILP family. This chat is fire. Let's put the crust in the chat for Andy Crawley.
Salute.
Welcome to the realm. It says member 6 months, but I guess there was a change in the membership. So shout out to Andy Crawley. Then we got a $5 super chat from Andy Crawley. Hi, Lord. It's been a while. Keep it up, boys.
Yes, salute. Haven't seen you in a minute. Much love.
And we got Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. Excited to see Fable by Playground. I hope they take a page from Bethesda and give us some variety of weapon design, styles, and customization.
No doubt.
Yeah. Then we got Brett Bingham once again, $10 super chat. Just talked about 2 unannounced projects, Project Shaolin and Belfry.
Yes.
My bold predictions are an MK game or possibly Killer Instinct 2 made by NetherRealm and a Silent Hill game.
I like the name Project Shaolin. That sounds fine.
Yeah, I like that.
I like
Feeling
that. Let's go.
Then we got Clutch Man, $5 super chat. Xbox marketing should hire Cabby to show how easy it is to use Quick Resume and Game Pass, Quick Resume and other SV services.
Okay.
Then we have Urban Ninja, $5 super chat. You can buy dev mode on your Series S on your Series for $20 and add emulators to play those games. That being said, I'm paying $80. Damn.
No doubt.
There we have Iron Mike with the $2 super chat. It's the Chi-Chi's Peaches of buffets. Is it Chi-Chi's or Cece's? How do you say it? Chi-Chi's? Then we have Gameonomics. 40 rupee super chat. Right. Nintendo giving us more reasons for emulations. See, this is the thing about emulating the new Nintendo stuff. It's a little harder. So when you think about who the Nintendo customer is, more often than not, it's not gonna really be an issue. Like you have your people, yes, you know, they're a little older, they know the way around a computer. You can emulate this stuff, but kid ain't emulating that. Like they're not getting, the new stuff isn't getting pirated like that. You know? All right. Then we got 2 more super chats. We got Doovie. $5 super chat. Why so many people saying they'll try it for a month and then there's a monthly option?
Like there's a monthly option.
Nintendo, the modern day gangsters of the video game industry. Yes, listen, and that's the fear. They like King said, the price keeps going up and they just start charging you a monthly fee.
And they would do something like charge you $30 a month.
Oh, they ain't playing no games out here.
They ain't playing. Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. I mean, if the Crystal D is working with the initiative on Perfect Dark, it's not a stretch that NetherRealm would work on Killer Instinct 2.
I told y'all about the Crystal D super chats. We went through this. I don't like that.
It's okay, guys. I approved the Crystal D message.
They know what they doing. That's what it is. They being silly. So y'all caught up?
Yeah, we're caught up.
Lord Addict, where can the fine people find you? Good to have you back, sir.
Yes,
I know you've been in a lot of pain.
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. I will be streaming Demon Souls tomorrow, so definitely be looking out for that.
Is that the PlayStation 3 version?
No, it's not PlayStation 3. So I will be streaming that, so definitely come through on that. We will be rescheduling the Chivalry stream. Yeah. And we're going to be starting the little early stuff that we're going to do. Probably the next 2 weeks, we're going to have the Roundable Table podcast. So keep looking out keep looking out for that. I guess people are messaging me on Twitter. I guess you guys said something about me playing old games on Patreon. When did you say that?
Yeah. You weren't paying attention to that.
Get you in the mix.
Well, I definitely didn't hear that. Well, I don't know. We'll have to talk about that.
Yes.
So definitely, appreciate it for coming through. Appreciate Seth for coming through. It was a great guest. We got some more stuff planned for you guys, man. We're definitely, we have stuff for this year, but I want to point out, like, we are already in our midst to what we're doing next year. Yeah, so we're already in that. We're already cooking up with the guests, man. We calling our road to E3, man. We're getting into that. Everything we do is because of this chat, because of whatever you guys do in this chat. You guys are solely responsible for giving King a sound deck.
Yes.
So that there's that. But yeah, I
I
definitely
like
appreciate
the
everyone
music
for
though.
coming
That
through.
other joint he
I
got.
can't do it because I don't want us to get monetized. Because
Oh, just in case you don't know if they bought
Just
that.
in case that
Yeah.
belongs to someone.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh,
Just in case they
I
hacked
have
that.
not used it at all.
No doubt. Shout out to Fonzarelli. Shout out to K Mega with $10 super chat. Say something, brother. Say something. Oh, also I want to shout out for merch. My favorite name, Black Conflict X.
Yeah.
He just got that classic pullover hoodie piece. You know what I'm saying? Bless his brother. I like that. You know what I'm saying?
And I think we're in the future we might do a giveaway on the merchandise. I know a lot of you guys like getting that, so we might do some kind of like raffle or something with the merchandise.
No doubt. Shout out to Fonzarelli. You guys. Oh, hey, we saw you got Fonz up there, right?
yes, sir. Yes,
No
sir.
doubt. No doubt. So talk to the people. Where can they find you?
Yeah, but first of all, big shout out to Seth, man. Seth, that dude, I'm really excited about.
I'm in awe.
I'm kind of that's a very smart dude. He's seen a lot of things, done a lot of things, and the fact that he's at the forefront of how Microsoft interfaces with us, is kind of special, and we should be excited about just not worrying about Microsoft trying to be not telling us what's going on. I think it's a very special thing. So shout out to him. Yeah, and like Cox said, I will be on Games Talk live at 5 p.m. Eastern time with Jay Fonzarelli, the homie.
Yeah.
I'm terrified of these 5 questions.
Oh, you know the 5 questions he gonna give you on Games Talk Live.
Yeah,
real.
oh man.
Shout out to Fonz, man. Make sure y'all
mine.
support
You better hit
Fonz,
yours.
man. He right after us. He right after us. Go to the Fonzarelli Games Talk Live.
Well, no, actually, he pushed back today.
Oh,
so
he got a
we
little,
were-
yeah.
Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern
5 p.m.
time is when
Eastern.
we
Okay, so
start.
y'all got
Yeah.
time. Y'all got time.
Yeah, we got some time.
Get up there, show
Get
support
something to
yourself.
eat. Get something to eat, no doubt.
Yeah, throw Salve on. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Mega just showing love. Salute. Thank you, brother. Much love. That's my fighting
I gotta
game.
give Salve his roses.
Yeah, thank you.
Hands up, put it clap.
No
Thank you,
doubt,
thank you,
no
thank you.
doubt.
Salve.
Yeah, much love. And of course, the king in rare form today. Where can the people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Okay, first, you guys, we want to let you know that the new merch is coming.
Yes.
All right, so the new merch is gonna be up in store for all the 10K subscribers. All you guys that are here, thank you so much. We do appreciate everything that you do. We first of all, I love the chat. You guys keep it clean and keep it right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the best chats ever.
Facts. We do got
because
one.
of you people. Microphone, camera. Even though my camera freezing, I'm in the shadow realm. I wanted to put.
I think you put your friend. You maximize it.
I gotta take my
You
friend.
put your little man. You took little man to the lift.
You know what
I
I'm
think
worried
it's-
about though? I'm
What?
worried that once we're all on, all these cameras gonna be so hot that the bandwidth won't be able to take it.
Yeah, that's
Well, I
probably.
just think because the
it's
frame, if we
probably-
keep it within the frame rate and the thing, we should
Yeah.
be fine.
It's probably throttling me.
Yeah.
First, I want to give a shout out to my boy, True Gamer 79.
Oh.
And congratulations to Microsoft because we and him DM, mostly all the time, and he DM'd me that Microsoft Xbox UK, the Series X took home the best console of the year in that award. So, and what he said was, Little Man should have won too. He said, my brother just brought one and he loves the little man's power.
Shout out to little
right?
man.
So, little man's out here punching above his weight. And I told him I'd talk about it on the show. And he had said something like, if I said, I'm nobody, but you're somebody, brother, you are somebody to me because I correspond with you all the time. And I do appreciate that you there. So don't ever think low of yourself. I am not no high person. I am just a regular person that talks with you all the time. So I respect the DMs. Me and you talk all the time. And I told you I was going to talk about it on the show. Seth, I'm out. That interview was insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He gave us a lot.
He's been at every junction point of every technological advancement and we have seen, and he can and his memory. Take away your TVs from your kids right now. if you didn't see something right now, what you heard, his mother said no TVs in the house. Get them TVs out of there now. But nah, man. Great show today. Oh, I got to give applause to myself. Oh,
I can't wait. This is why he can't have things. And these are the reasons. Continue.
Yo, you know why I'm able to do it? Because my joint is wired. And y'all want to be all freestyle crazy, and y'all don't know that joint has functions because y'all are wireless. So shout out to me for being.
And you know what's funny, chat? I don't know. The chat doesn't know this. We all have one of those.
We
Yeah,
all
they
have
all
the
got-
power to do this.
But
but,
listen,
but King is.
They
And I'm
all
doing
have
it.
the
I'm
power to
doing it.
do it. They cannot do it because they've got very expensive headsets.
Mhm.
I got the cheapy choppy. So I found out that
No, we're
with the
gonna take
cheapness,
care of
you
this
can do
because we
stuff.
all getting this. We all getting this power.
Yeah, he got
This
too
power,
much power.
This power's too much for
Once
one
he
man.
start putting in sayings and stuff, it's gonna be over. It's
But
over
no,
for us.
listen, guys, thank y'all so much. We do appreciate everything that you're doing.
Mhm.
I'm talking with the Lords. We want to give away a console when we
Yeah.
hit 15K.
Yes.
And we're gonna put it out there to you guys. What console should that be?
Yeah.
Should that be the Switch OLED?
Mhm.
Should that be Little Man? Should that be Series X? Should that be a PlayStation 5?
Yeah.
Don't worry, you ain't got to fight club and fight it out. But we're trying to figure out the parameters for that for subscribers, members of the realm, and our Patreon subscribers.
Yeah.
We're doing more stuff with your Patreon, with us Patreon people. LordsofGaming.net.
Yeah.
I cannot say it enough. I was at the barbershop this week and I gave my business card to a Patreon that was there
Mhm.
and a patron,
Mhm.
a Patreon that was there. And he went to the website and he just looked at me and said, brother, I want to shake your hand
Oh wow.
because this is crazy professional. This is very nice.
Salute.
He said, I'm going to watch on Sunday. So please, guys, if you haven't got a chance to go check it out, I don't talk out my rear when I'm talking about I feel that our site is better than, everybody else because I go there for my information and I like the writers. We have different things that's going on. So please check it out. I know I'm talking too much. Sorry.
No. You good. No, salute, man. Shout out to 108 that blue though. King's on fire. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. Yeah, AKW, no doubt. Hit up Saw for that. Yeah, man. Look, tremendous show. Super proud, man. I mean,
I'm gonna
Seth.
give Cog his.
It's so ridiculous. I love it. It's so ridiculous. But yeah, man. Look, it was an absolute honor to have him, and to hear your peers say, "Hey, we respect Iron Lords podcast. Hey,
Yes.
you guys have a reputation. That means a lot. We're not the biggest, but at the same time, I'm super proud of the community we built. I'm super proud of the respect, and at the end of the day, that to me means more than any of that number stuff, because to me, that's what it's about. Just talking games, having fun. His story was tremendous. Look, Microsoft made a good acquisition. They made a great acquisition with this guy. That he's been doing it and putting it down a long time. And from the journalism side, and from the fact that he's been able to touch all the major players in the game, and that bodes well. That bodes well for them. So good choice by them. Look forward to seeing what they do in the future. Again, the realm was lit. Salute to all y'all for pulling up. Tremendous support. Yeah, the chat is always, like Addict said, we got crazy big things going on. Like King said, we got more merch coming, more stuff. Everything that we get, we give it back to y'all, put it back in the podcast. So expect big things, man. But that's all I got, unless anybody else got any other announcements.
One more super chat.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
We got a splendiferous $2 super chat. King, with great power comes great ...
Yeah.
It comes
Alter Ego
great
said.
power.
Alter Ego Addict said we should put the link to the website in the YouTube. Actually, it should be in the YouTube description. Yeah, if you look now, check real quick, Addict, before I close out. I want to make sure he's seeing that. The live show right now, the YouTube description should be at the top. It should LordsofGaming.net, Alter Ego. But if not, we will correct it. Just let me know if it's in there, Addict, on the live show in the description. I thought it was part of our default settings. But yeah, man, shout out to 108. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Pong up in there, Miles. K Asante, salute, brother. Salute to the Lords for another monumental show. Much love to you, brother. Is it in there?
No, there's nothing in there.
Oh, okay, so
because
my
it's a
fault.
live show.
It's a live show. My fault. We will fix that. I'll make sure on the live shows it's there. K Asante, I did try. I downloaded your Lost Echo game, but I got caught up. I was telling them earlier about the other virtual joint, Traveling While Black. That joint just hit me in the heart. It was crazy. But look, that's all I got. We are out of here, everybody. Until next week. Peace. Peace.